Welcome everybody, it is time for the 2023 KARDS World Championship. I'm your host Christo. I am here live from Reykjavik, Iceland, home of 1939 games, where we have an action-packed two-day extravaganza for you. We had 3,000 players who competed in the in-game qualifiers, and we have our top four here with us live. I am joined by Spooz and by Bubbles. We have got Berto and we have Starry upstairs getting ready to cast our first game. Gentlemen, we've got $12,000 to give away here in our prize pool. It's pretty wild. It's a huge amount, and we've flown the players here to Iceland as well, so they're playing live. Bubbles, what difference do you think this makes? You've got players here, they're going to be sitting across from each other. They're going to be looking each other in the eye when they're playing head-to-head. How does that affect their mental game and their preparation?
Well, the atmosphere is very different. When you're in your own home, in your bedroom or in your living room, you're fairly comfortable. You've got the decks up on your computer. You can access it just by tabbing out. It's very much a comfort environment when you're at home. When you're on a stage or up against your opponent, you can see them sitting across from you. You just feel a lot more in the moment, I find. There's a lot more pressure from yourself to sort of want to perform because you've made all this effort, you've come this whole way. So I think the players are going to be far more focused, far quieter. There's going to be a lot bigger emphasis on just sitting down and spending a couple hours just really, really in the moment. And I expect after today, our players are going to be exhausted because just this mental energy of constantly putting 100% in for hours on end, this is what they're going to want to do today.
And Spooz, do you think this gives one player an advantage now? You know, they're coming in here, everybody's kind of pulled out of their home. It's the first time since, last year everybody was at home. A little bit of a change. Does a player have an advantage? Does anybody have a disadvantage here playing today?
I think the big advantage lies on J King there. Like, he did this already here on stage in 2021. He was there already in the finals 2 times. This is the 3rd time already. And I think overall it's just the experienced player. And if you're not here, just like Thanatron, for example, whose top 4 was all he wanted to achieve in this World Championship, and he's just here to just soak up the whole event and just enjoy it as much as he can. I think those are the 2 things we have here. We have players that are really focused on experience and just really, really good at the game. And then we have kind of guys that are also really good at the game, but here to just have fun and enjoy the atmosphere. And I think both ways can go either way, and both have their advantages and disadvantages. And I'm just excited to see what just works out better for the players.
Absolutely. And Spooz, let's stick with you because we had the Winter War expansion got released only a couple days ago. Now it's going to be live in the tournament here today. The players did have about a month, a little bit more than that, to prepare on their own, but they only had one kind of practice partner to play against. It was on the staging server, very unique environment. How do you think that affected their preparation for the event?
So first of all, for preparing, you need like a partner that is also available whenever you are available. And I know that Thanatron and Corn Guy, who just did a team, are both just fathers or family fathers and just working guys who just work 9-10 hours a day. And then you just have to find a slot where you can practice. And it's really, really hard to just do this with a limited amount of time where the players just had access to the server. And it might play an important role to just not have the chance to play the full variety. We might come to this later, we do not see Finland. And I think one of the reasons of this might be that the players did not really have the time to figure out what synergizes best with Finland. There are some really good cards in it, but there's not really a deck where it makes really sense over other nations. And might be one of the reasons why we see maybe more familiar stuff than new stuff in this tournament.
Well, Bubble, speaking of that, how do you think Winter War did affect the meta? You've seen the decks. We'll dive into those as we get into the matchups, but how do you think it affected kind of the micro meta for this event? Because a meta hasn't really been established on ladder or in tournament play so far.
Sure, I think one of the main changes that's happened hasn't been so much the new cards coming in, but the old cards going out. Rotation this time, it was ramped up a little bit more. We did have the old one, which clipped the Wings of Bridair, and it took out Feign Retreat to try and hit Jagro, but Jagro just switched to expansion and was absolutely fine. Now we see far more cards and far more decks getting hit by rotation, and we do see quite a few expansion cards being played. There are some decks, completely built around expansion cards that we will be seeing today. But I feel like the necessity to evolve and find ways to use these new cards was forced onto the players or pushed onto the players from this rotation list, which I think is really healthy for a evolving meta. We've had this big three of Brit Air, Jaguar and Frontline dominating the scene for years now. So it's really nice to see the players pushed out of their comfort zone and trying to cover new ground. And the expansion with the rotation offers this reward, the carrot to go after, but it also offers, or also forces you to move forward and move on from these old comfortable decks. And we've seen the players prepping a lot more than they usually would. In these old tournaments, you knew the decks, you'd played the matchup 1,000 times. There wasn't much advantage to staying up the night before and prepping. But last night in the hotel, 3 or 4 hours, all the players are just out looking at decks, talking to each other about decks, just discussing decks, playing practice matches. There's so much prep that's gone into this, and it's really nice to see how the evolution of the meta has been sort of pushed forward by rotation along with the expansion.
And that's a great point. Having the players live means, okay, the deck list came out, everybody's huddling with their practice partner, or we're setting up shop to let's dissect, let's figure out what matchups I want. And it's also a blast because the analysts and casters are able to spend some time with them, pick their brain. Hey, why did you bring this? What are you looking for matchup-wise and all that? So I'm really excited for some in-depth analysis during the games themselves. No pressure whatsoever. Let's go ahead and bring up the bracket. Let's give you a look as to who you're going to be seeing competing. If you weren't sure already, we got J King taking on Leo in the first matchup here today. Thanatron going up against Socialist. You see the bracket setup, that is a double elimination bracket. That means whoever loses that first matchup will drop down. Same thing with the second one. So we're gonna have 3 games today, 3 games tomorrow. Today we will be eliminating our first player, however. So the losers of both matches will go to that bottom bracket. We're gonna go ahead and see them compete one more time. Winner moves on to have another life tomorrow. Loser goes home. We do have a best of 5 scenario here, but it's pretty unique, right? We wanted to see the players bring 5 decks for the series up until the finals. We're gonna have 2 bans. So players are gonna bring 5 decks, they're gonna move forward with 3 into the event, and it's a conquest format. They're going to have to win with all 3. Now, Bubbles, we talked a little bit about the aspect around, hey, new expansion, new cards. Oh, and by the way, I need you to build 5 decks with those. How do you set that up and go, well, I'm gonna have to figure out how to make these 5 nations work?
I mean, I think when you're presented with needing to build a deck for all 5 nations, and you know some of these are going to get banned, you can expect your strongest and most important decks to get banned. So I think you actually want to focus as little energy as possible on your strongest decks, because chances are you're not going to be getting these anyway, and you want to put all your energy on these weaker nations. Now that Jaguar has been hit quite hard by rotation, it is one of the weaker nations. I know a lot of players were saying they were struggling with Germany a little bit. That's why we see quite a few people trying the same thing with Germany, is there was a little bit of this rush to try and find decks for these nation slots. And this is what you really want to be prepping for. My best decks are going to be banned. I'm playing my worst decks. Let's make my worst decks as good as possible. The ideal 5-deck lineup, all 5 decks are almost identical on power level, because this makes it really difficult to ban against you.
And Spooz, do you think that's realistic? I mean, we were talking about it a little bit earlier today, where you've got 5 decks, and for the first couple matchups, your top 2 are getting banned all the time. So your best decks are probably not going to see any action. Is it realistic to really say, hey, I'm going to make 5 decks that are all going to have the same power level with this brand new expansion I just got access to? Like, how do you set yourself up for success here?
Yeah, I mean, it's not really that easy. I think what the players try to do, since they had very, very limited time to really practice the decks in a kind of competitive environment. When you play it on ladder, you just face all sorts of decks and can just see how good the decks are performing. They're just trying to look what worked in the past and how can I maybe update these decks with the new cards and make them even still work, like we have had Frontline in the past. And Frontline did not hit too hard, so players just took the reserve cards out and put the very good cards of the rotation in. And that's what we kind of see. People just took the decks that they're already used to, they know how they work, they know how good they are, and just spice them up with some of the new cards. But we also see completely new stuff. I can see it being really, really hard finding 5 decks that are on an equal level. And you also just have to consider, do I want to play aggressive lists? Do I want to play more like a control-based list? There's a lot to take into consideration. I'm really happy that I did not have to fell decision. And I think some players, now after a few days after submitting the decks, you can already feel, oh maybe, or you can already hear it from the players, oh maybe I should have only put 2 copies of this into the deck, and maybe I should have bring more of this. It's really exciting to see, and I think some players might regret decisions, but now you're here and have to do the best out of it.
Absolutely. Speaking of the players, let's go ahead and meet them in a little bit more detail. Let's go ahead and bring up the player cards. We'll start with J King. So the man who needs no introduction, our two-time defending world champion, 26,000 career matches, that 70% win rate, double strength, which he worked into a funky little OTK deck that we saw in a couple OCCs. I mean, Bubbles, at this point, you know, J King back here again, the potential for a three-peat here. Would you say the pressure is on him to win again, or is it a question of like, I already won this twice? No big deal.
I think for a lot of people, there would be a lot of pressure on you. You feel like you've done it twice already. There's this big, you're the player to beat, you're the player everyone is going to be working out to win. But J King has a lot of confidence. And I think this is very big in his advantage. I don't think this idea that I need to perform, I need to do really well, is getting to his head. Obviously, if he does lose, if things do go badly, I'm sure he'll be gutted about it, as any other player would. But from what I've been seeing of J King, from talking to him, from seeing him over the last couple of days, he doesn't seem that nervous. He feels confident. He's done this before. He's the most experienced player here. And being the most experienced, you can let that get to you. You can think, I'm the most experienced, I need to do the best. Or you can just think, I'm the most experienced, that means I'm the most confident, and I'm just going to stick with that. And that appears to be how he's taking it.
Let's see if that happens in game. Let's take a look at his opponent, Leo, and get the details here. So we have Leo, who's come in at 13,000 total matches, 67% win rate. I dig the Comet as well, so excellent. Favorite card. Spooz, do you think there's a little bit of, I don't want to put excuses out there, but, you know, J King coming from North America, sure, a little bit of a time change, flying over. We had Leo come in from across the globe, lands here, rushes to the studio to complete some pre-recorded interviews we've done. Is there a difference in just the ability to get ready when you're like, oh, okay, I'm going here, what time zone is it, where am I, I'm practicing late? Is that come into play for an event like this?
Yeah, we might see. So far, Leo made a really an impression that he is not too much affected by this. He arrived yesterday at 2. As you said, he just had to go directly to the studio, take some recording. He stayed up late at night, did some practicing. They're still practicing right before this broadcast together with Socialist. And so far, he's making a really confident impression to me. So he's not really sitting here tired and not really, he's really motivated and he wants to win this, I guess. And he's up against J King. Yesterday, we had, when they first met, he also took a selfie with J King, which was really nice to see. So in China, J King is a huge, he's had some huge impression on the Chinese community, and he's like the star in that one. So it was nice to see. So I think it's really his goal to beat J King here today in the first match, and you can definitely feel as they're preparing so much. And yeah, so far nothing to see from a jet lag or something from this long journey to Iceland. And I hope the best for both of the players.
It's going to be a huge matchup that we're kicking off here today, so let's send it over to the casters, Berto and Starry, to break down the decks.
Hello and welcome. I'm Berto Burrito. This is Starry. And so if we can pull up J King's decks, he has 5 very interesting lists. Firstly, he has a Britain-Soviet OTK. This is running the new card Push, which deals 3 damage to you, and then you deal damage to any target equal to... it deals damage to you, and then you deal damage equal to however much damage you've taken this turn. If you have both of these, you can put out a ton of damage. And then we have Jagro. This is still running Germany Minor, but it's a lot different because it runs 4 copies of the SWG, or how I like to call it, the swag, and this 20 Panzer Grenadier, which I like to call the German Sherman. Because it gives you 2 really good cards on 4 with a body. It's so powerful. Nextly, we have Frontline, again running the 20 Panzer Grenadier, and again running the swags. And this deck, it runs different ways to buff the swags. It uses things like Greyhounds and the 164th Infantry Regiments. And then we the next deck up, this one is quite different. This runs War Production and uses the 64th Panzer Grenadiers. This is a 2-3 with Blitz. If it gets into the front line and sticks for a turn, it will turn into a 3-3 and give you 3 credits, which is just incredible to get that off in the early game. To get it off turn 2 with a production, you can really explode onto the board, get a swag down, maybe attach a 101st infantry regiment to it, start building up that power, and it can be really difficult to deal with if you don't have some early game answers like a duress, for example. And finally, but not least, we have probably the least changed list out of all of J. King's list is the Soviet Italy Control, still running the Fiat G50s, still running Bologna Regiment. There's not too many differences. There is the Corson in here, which is one of my absolute favorite cards. It costs 1 less to deploy for each friendly unit you control. It synergizes well with things like Confusion, with 39th Rifle Regiment to steal your opponent's units and then get it down for sometimes as low as 2 or 3 for a 5/7 guard. It is just incredible. Yeah, so those are J. King's lists, and now we'll take a look at Leo's, and Starry will run you through that.
All right, so Leo's first deck we see is a Germany-US jet prototype deck. The only odd cost card in the entire deck is the Nashib, which allows you to get an early credit lead. This means that if you play jet prototype, you're bare minimum hitting for 6, and the vast majority of the time, jet prototype is going to become a 7/4. Running only even cost cards, you are a little bit weak early game, but these duresses are actually really strong. Great new card, allows you to suppress any of your opponent's units. It can really slow them down, and otherwise it's just a really solid mid-range list, running new cards like 20th Panzer Grenadier and other strong 2 and 4 drops like, of course, 35T, 5th Rangers, Panzer 3H, and even including the new 64th Panzer Grenadier to, again, try and get an early credit lead. The next list is a Soviet-Britain sort of OTK, sort of control list, but the real important card in the deck here is Push. In combination with Great Patriotic War or 5-Year Plan, both of which the cost can be reduced by that 1 copy of Observer Corps, you can control the game early, playing cards like Bryansk Regulars, Winter Warfares, Bloody Sickles, keep your opponent from dealing too much damage to you, and then in the late game, you can pivot towards trying to take out your opponent with these 2 copies of Push in combination with either 5-Year Plan or Great Patriotic War. The next list is a Japan-Soviet list, and again, kind of a split game plan. The early game is taken up by playing these really powerful Jagro units, a lot of which we already know and love, but of course including the new Type 94 TK early. So playing these early 15th Cavalries, Type 94 TK early, but then pivoting late game into trying to get an OTK kill with Tsuruga Regiment, using cards like Honor and Final Push to buff up your Tsuruga Regiment. And, Tsuruga Regiment's destruction effect says deal its attack in damage to the enemy HQ. So if you get some damage in early with your Jagro units, and then get some damage in late game with your Tsuruga Regiment, that's how it's looking to finish off your opponent. The next deck is a Britain-Soviet control. And this is similar to a lot of other anti-aggro lists. Winter Warfare really serves double duty here. Winter Warfare dealing 1 damage to all units, which pairs super nicely with Monsoon Rot. It allows you to Monsoon Rot Winter Warfare for only 7 credits instead of the 9 credits that you typically use with supply shortage Monsoon Rot. But otherwise, it's a very standard Britain control list. Of course, Soviets give you a lot of anti-aggro potential, But at the end of the day, it is looking to win with Commonwealth, including 4 copies of the new Glamour Boys as a great heal engine. And then the last deck is a pretty standard frontline list. It is playing 4 copies of Greyhound, 2 copies of 22nd Infantry Regiment, 2 copies of 99th Infantry Regiment. We've seen before the expansion drop that 99th and 22nd were a little bit on the decline, but post-expansion, the players have definitely needed to find some replacements. And so going back up to those 2 copies each, and then, of course, as Berto was talking about earlier, this 20th Panzer Grenadier is such a powerful card. So frontline, maybe a little less strong early game than it was before, but getting to play 5th Rangers and Panzer Grenadiers, once turn 4 hits, this new version of frontline becomes very, very strong. The last point worth noting is that Leo is replacing the very commonly played half-track with M10, going for suppression, because a lot of times what half-track has been doing in the past is, of course, bouncing guard units, most of which are infantry. And so being able to silence a unit, or suppress a unit, is essentially the same thing as bouncing in a lot of the cases. However, the M10 gives you a really strong body to go with it, whereas half-track is only a 2-2. Berto, what do you think about this new suppress mechanic and this switch to M10?
I think it's really nice. It's so versatile. I think sometimes when you're playing against something like Soviet control, I think the half-track is usually a bit better, but when you replace it with the M10, you're able to use it effectively against really any deck. Every deck has major text on their cards that you want to get rid of.
For sure.
Right? And I've had so many things suppressed, and when you're not used to it, it's absolutely crazy how it changes the game around. Like, I've had my armored train suppressed, and it's like, well, I guess I can attack with this now, but it has 5 credits, and it makes these game decisions that you've never even considered in your life before. So it's so much fun to have the game really shaken up around like that with this new mechanic.
Yeah, I think that something that's worth noting is that the M10 gives more stats on the board and thus is a better attacking unit, but the half-track, what M10 doesn't replace is the tempo swing. So I know that I've talked to J. King a little bit about this. J. King thinks that, I wasn't talking to J. King. I was talking to Thanatron about this, and Thanatron said that the tempo swing isn't super important, but it looks like J. King is still going with the half-tracks. Is that right?
Yeah, so J. King is running 2 copies of half-track and no copies whatsoever of the M10. Which is the 4-2 tank that suppresses a unit.
Yeah. In addition to that, what do you think about the Saruga Regiment deck?
I think it's really sad that it doesn't have the bicycle regiment, because can you imagine turn 1 bicycle regiment, turn 2 just double push, and it's just like, okay, I hope you're able to kill me before I find the rest of my burn.
Yeah, the buffing stats on the bicycle regiment would definitely put this deck, in my opinion, a little bit over the top. And bicycle has been such a strong card for such a long time that I'm not really that disappointed to see it go personally. But yeah, in this deck in particular, it's such a interesting creative list. Yeah, I definitely would be interested to see how much more powerful it would be being able to turn 1 bicycle and then turn 2 final push or something like that.
Yeah, one thing with combo decks, and often you combine combo with control aspects because it allows you to, control the board early game until you get to the point where you've accumulated enough of these pieces to kill your opponent. Using it with an aggro base, even running cards like Expansion, I wonder how consistent that will be, because aggro decks usually run a lot of cards, you can play on turn 1 and 2 and just, sort of get the game going in your favor early on. But if you have these pieces like the final pushes early game, and you don't have that start, then what does expansion do? What does what do these cards do for you if you don't get that start? Which is a big risk when you're running these combo pieces that are unplayable in a lot of game states.
Yeah, there is a lot of redundancy in the deck, which I think is important. Okay, and we got our bans, and J-King is going to have the Britain and Germany list banned, while Leo's Britain and Soviet lists are banned. So that leaves J-King with the frontline list,
Soviet Italy, and Japan, Germany, Jagro.
And Jagro, of course. And then Leo is going to have that Jet prototype list, as well as the frontline list and the Tsuruga OTK list. What do you think about these bans? Any initial impressions?
Well, I'm a little surprised to see J-King's Germany deck banned, because there's one major weakness, and that's that J-King's Germany deck really lacks draw. And that's because when you run War Production, you can't play orders. So many of the draw engines on this game are order-based. You still have things like the 20 Panzer Grenadier, which is nice, but it can be really hard for that deck to keep going.
Yeah, well, we see that Leo has a pretty strong aggressive start, although I'm kind of curious about this Winter Warfare. On one hand, your opponent's playing Jagro, so Winter Warfare is usually really good against Jagro, but on the other hand, you're playing Jagro. So, however, seeing that scouting party in hand, Leo might have the opportunity later in the game, after they've already traded off these 15th Cavalries, these 24th Cavalries, with the early pressure that J-King is inevitably also going to be putting down. We see maybe Leo is going to be able to scouting party into Winter Warfare. But yeah, we'll have to see.
Yeah, as a self-damage player myself, when I see Scouting Party and I see Winter Warfare in my opening hand, I begin to salivate. It's so powerful. You're getting 4 draws off of 2 cards, and you have the ability to kill your opponent's stuff at the same time. It's absolutely incredible. So I like that Leo kept both of them, even though it's a little awkward in his own deck, having the the damage to his own units.
Yep. But anyways, I think that your point about these draw engines is really noteworthy, is that in order for Leo to get this draw going, he really needs to play those expansions. And in a matchup like Jagro, that might be difficult. Leo does play a lot of redundancy, playing 3 copies of Honor and 4 copies of Final Push, so that you don't have to draw every single copy of those to get the OTK off. Like with Push, for example, you need both copies of Push to get that off. So the added redundancy means that the draw isn't quite as impactful. But it looks like Leo has a nice early lead here. With copies of Final Push in hand, though, which is... and it looks like even copies of Honor, which is not really what you want to see if you are Leo. Although, I don't know, maybe you do want to see these OTK pieces. What do you think?
Yeah, I think it is quite early for those pieces, and I think it's going to be awkward for Leo to play this game without having really gotten any damage in with his units. Even that 1 point of damage to J-King is from the Winter Warfare, and I think that's going to make it really hard for Leo here. I would expect to see J-King just play the 15th Cavalry, play the swag out, and then you have control of the board. If your opponent honors you, then you're getting a lot of cards. It seems like a tough spot for Leo.
Yeah, and swag, when we're talking about swag is the nickname given to the card H39 SWG. It's that Hotchkiss 39 that was stolen and converted by the Germans, I think, into a mobile artillery piece. But anyways, it is the 3-cost artillery, the 1/4 Fury, that allows you to suppress a unit that you attack. So from here on out, we might be saying swag, but yeah, that's the H39 SWG. And that's extremely strong against cards like Saruga Regiment, because if Saruga Regiment gets suppressed, what do you do? And of course, a lot of your early game Jaggro cards are X1 cards, so 1/1s, 2/1s, 3/1s. If you get a nice Type 94 TK going early enough, could be 4/1 or 5/1, but probably not in this matchup. But yeah, I think what's really noteworthy is I think this matchup is going to be really, really hard for Leo, especially if Leo can't immediately take out those SWGs.
Yeah, one thing that is worth noting about the SWG or the swag is that the suppress does happen after you attack. So if you attack something like a 24th Cavalry, it's just going to act like a normal artillery. It's going to kill it, and you'll draw the 24th Cavalry. But if you are attacking something, like an Alpine unit or a 33rd Recon, you will notice, and it'll be important that it is suppressed afterwards.
Yeah. So destruction effects happen before the suppress, right?
Yeah.
Which means that theoretically, if you're playing Tsuruga, and you play, for example, like 2 Winter Warfare or something, taking it down, it's a 2/4.
Yes.
Okay.
2/4.
So if you can theoretically get it down to 1 health, then I guess you don't really have to worry about the SWG, but I mean, it's just going to instantly die, so you're only going to get 2 damage with it. So probably not an interaction that we're going to see, but definitely a funny one to think about. There, of course, in Leo's deck are 2 copies of Countermeasure, and I was really surprised to see this card, mostly because a lot of the Jaggro pieces, as I said, are X1s. They only have 1 health. They can't be damaged. If they're damaged, they die. So I'm curious to see, is Leo playing the counteroffensive specifically so that they can play Winter Warfare and damage the opponent's board and then get the buffs that way? What do you think about that?
Yeah, I think most of the time it's a combo piece that, you play your Tsuruga, you play, maybe a couple of honors, you use a Winter Warfare and a counteroffensive, and, that's a pretty cheap and efficient way to potentially get a lot of stats, a lot of attack on this Tsuruga. But a lot of the cards in Leo's deck are working double duty. Like, you don't always have to be using push on Tsuruga. You're able to use that on your units in the front line. If you get a lead early, you're able to get good damage in, and you only need a little bit of burn afterwards, or obviously if it's lethal, then, you take those.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, you can play Final Push on your 15th Cavalry. You can play Honor on your Type 94 TK early. You can play these cards on your early game Jaggro units, and you do get to play double duty. Okay. So it looks like we are cutting to break due to some technical issues, but hopefully we will get back to you as shortly as possible.
Welcome back, everybody. We're sorry for the slight delay. There seems to be an issue with the spectator clients. We're having a hard time getting the live view. Now, that first match was completed. We saw the Japan mirror. J-King did win that first matchup, so he is currently up 1-0. We're getting the players sorted. We're getting them onto a different server to kind of smooth all of that out. So it'll be just a moment before we get back into the game. While we were here, let's chat a little bit about that first kind of initial matchup. So we saw Leo and J-King looking at the deck list, coming up with the bans. We talked a little bit when we started off the show about how Frontline is kind of the one deck that survived this expansion, the card rotation, didn't get touched too much, still exists today. Both players brought it. We were thinking a little bit beforehand, maybe that's the one tried, tested, and true deck. Let's go in and ban it, right? Let's get that out of the way. But Spooz, that's not what happened. Neither player decided to ban Frontline.
Yeah, it also kind of surprises me, but we just see a lot of testing yesterday and even today. So I think the players have a really good impression on what deck they are good against and what deck they are bad against. And this is just the final result. Always Ben Burton, that's just the team that Bubbles just invented. And I think players stick with it. It has a lot of guards. It has, with this push OTK list, a really annoying and really strong OTK combo combined with the Commonwealth. So it absolutely makes sense to Ben Britain. And then you just go with the second list that you think are not too good against. And the result was Soviet and I think Germany there from J-King.
Yeah.
I mean, I think the players have the best idea what works against them and what did not work. And I think they think Frontline is beatable with their remaining list.
Is that part of it too, Bubbles? We talk about how maybe Frontline is that tried and true deck that we've seen before. Is it a question of like, well, I know how this one works. There's so many unknowns with Winter War coming out, having to bring 5 decks. Is it a question of like, well, I don't know what these other 4 decks are about. Maybe I ban 2 of those. And like Frontline, I know how it works. I know how to play against it. I've played against it a lot. That makes more sense for me to kind of just let it through and we'll figure it out as we go.
I mean, I think all 4 players understood that all 4 players would have Frontline. So I imagine they've all prepared their decks a little bit to deal with Frontline. I know there are some tech cards and some of Thanatron's decks, which we'll see later, which are specifically for decks like Frontline. So there are decks built to try and be a little bit better against Frontline.
Sorry, Bubbles. It seems like we're ready to go back into the game, so sorry for cutting you off.
We cut you off?
How dare you, good sir.
Blame Mark Theus later. He's yelling in my ear to shut you up. So we're going to move over to Starry and Berto get back into the game.
Right, so we see J-King 2 1-drops and a Panzer 35T, a swag, a really nice hand here. Typically, you do lead with the Greyhound over the 164 because, even though it has no operation cost, it's nice to get no operation cost units online right away. You want to make sure you have a unit to get that +1/+1. But it also depends on how many answers Leo runs for it.
I do think that it's worth noting, though, that Leo doesn't have any ways of dealing with a 164th being dropped early unless Leo wants to spend their 1 copy of Sudden Strike on it, which seems like definitely a waste of Sudden Strike. So I don't know, maybe it does make more sense to play out the 164th here, but it definitely is normal to play the Greyhound first, especially into aggressive mirror matches, because getting that destruction effect is so strong.
And, I mean, J-King has to feel really upset about seeing the Nakshub on 1. Literally, your opponent's only 1-drop, their only odd-costing card, the card that's so good that you put it in the even deck even though it's not even, and your opponent has it on 1. And how are you supposed to, do things like clogging the front line against this without just, getting farmed by it?
Yeah, Leo saying, not on my watch. Leo ready to contest that front line if that Greyhound moves up. And if J-King, this prevents J-King from making a play like pushing up with the Greyhound and then pushing up with the 164th, because in that case, Leo can just trade into the Greyhound first, use that Fury on the Fallschirmjäger to take out the 164th afterwards. But I am a little bit concerned for Leo here. Maybe not so much after that draw, but before that draw, it was looking kind of tough, having only the FW190A and the Jet prototype in hand with not a lot other than the Fallschirmjäger to contest J-King's frontline here.
Yeah, this is another interesting decision. Like, you don't typically want to trade with 22nd, And J King could have played Panzer 35T, traded, and moved up a Greyhound, start getting that draw from the 22nd. But, you know, this deck from Leo, it closes out games quick. So how much does the draw really matter if you're not able to get through all those cards?
Yeah, I think that at least what I'm thinking about when J King did go for that play on the 22nd, taking it out with the Greyhound, because Leo has this Nashib, if Leo, for example, played a 5th Rangers, taking out the Greyhound, then you could push up with the 22nd, get an extra draw out of it. So although Leo was only on 4 credits, the reality is Leo actually had access to 6 if they happened to draw the right amount of cards. And sorry, specific cards. You know, specifically that 5th Rangers. So I think J King was playing around that a little bit, maybe.
Yeah, that makes sense. I'm starting to get worried for J King here.
Yeah, J King has all the cards in hand, but without an opportunity to get any of these SWGs down, they're just sitting clogging up the hand. And J King does have the opportunity to play these 35Ts, but that then requires you to play the 22nd if you're looking to get a buff, and that's 2 more credits gone. You only got 6 of them per turn. Alternatively, you could play the Red Devils, I suppose. But yeah, J King really just isn't getting an opportunity to get any of these SWGs, and without them, it's very, very difficult to contest that Jet prototype. J King is on a 2-turn clock here and needs to find an answer to this Jet prototype immediately.
Also, something that I think is important to point out is that Leo did not mill a single Jet prototype from those 10 cards, and no Comet either, which means he's thinned out his deck, and the cards that he specifically wants to find are the ones remaining in his deck, which is so terrifying from J King's position.
Yeah, and J King is playing frontline, which, you know, traditionally has very little healing. We see in Leo's hand that if Leo can survive until turn 10, that they're going to be able to drop a Bismarck, and, you know, Bismarck is a crazy card, dealing 7 damage. So if Leo can just find a way to get a little bit extra damage in, then Leo does have a sense of finality with this crazy Bismarck play coming out on turn 10. We haven't seen Bismarck in a really, really long time. But yeah, J King actually playing no heal, no copies of We Can Do It, which means that J King's 13 life total, that's it.
Yeah, and, you know, you have all these swags, and they are so good when you play them with tempo, which Frontline is usually able to manage to get tempo in the early game. But you know what gets a lot more tempo in the early game? Nakshub.
Yeah, absolutely. And J King having all of these cards, like the H39 SWG, the 99th Infantry Battalion, that are just so weak if you aren't able to get them out on a empty board or a board where you have the front line. That FW190 has thoughts about going towards J King's HQ to try and secure lethal with the Bismarck, although 5 + 7 is 12, not 13, so Leo would need to find 1 more extra damage somewhere. However, yeah, Leo could also just sit here and trade away with those SWGs, you know, take out everything that J King plays as he plays it. Either one seems really scary to face down as J King.
Yeah, and Leo, he's found both his duresses. I feel like you're pretty sad to find those here. I'm a little surprised, maybe, that not one of them came out on the 22nd. But, you know how many SWGs J King runs in his deck, and it can be a really important card against that, especially if it does get 99th, if Leo decides to go for the HQ here.
Yep, so we're going to see the duress come out on the SWG, which is going to get rid of the Fury and the effect that when it attacks a unit, suppress that unit. So J King could play this Red Devils into the front line, buff it with the 99th, but it's only going to be able to attack once now.
Yeah, but you still have to do it. You have to get rid of this
100%.
FW. You're at 8 defense.
Yeah, but a 3/6 artillery is freaking scary. And Leo still has 8 damage to get through, but drawing that Heinkel HE-115 off the top, that Heinkel represents the last damage that Leo needs.
Yeah, that draw is huge. I'm not sure what J King can possibly hope for at this point.
Maybe a Sky Train? I mean, if Leo plays the Heinkel right here, attacks HQ, is there any way that J King could possibly prevent this Bismarck from coming down next turn? I mean,
Yeah, as you
can't-
said, Skytrain into Jasko. Like,
Yeah,
that's all.
Skytrain and Jasko theoretically would do it. But yeah, this looks like game 2 is going back to Leo. You know, I am not going to call it too early, but I really don't see how J King is getting out of this one. And we're going to go back to a tie game, a definitely tight World Championships. So, Berto, you know, while we're waiting for the inevitable here, what do you think about J King's decision to play, I believe, 12 copies of Case 39 SW? Yeah, I mean, you're his practice partner. You have some culpability in this.
The card is so good. Like, I swear. Like, you know, as long as your opponent doesn't control the front line from you, it's so hard to deal with. The 4 defense makes it really die to very few cards. Like, it dies to Tactical Strike. Who runs Tactical Strike?
Yeah.
And also, if you expected to see more Alpine in the tournament, which is to say any Alpine in the tournament, the SWG is also incredible against that card.
Yeah, you're absolutely right that the 4 defense makes it so that it's actually pretty likely to survive a turn against a lot of threats. There are some cards that do 4 damage, notably, you know, 5th Rangers. Like, 5th Rangers is a lot of times the card that you're thinking of when you're like, you know, oh, does this die to 4 defense? But the SWG is never going to be in the front line, and the likelihood that it gets attacked by 5th Rangers is very low, especially because if it suppresses 5th Rangers, then 5th Rangers is going to have an operation cost of 4. So
Yeah, it's hard to say, like, well, 5th Rangers is good against SWG if you have it in the front line already and it costs 1 more to get out onto the board in the first place, right? Like, you do find those situations where it's like, oh, I can't play my SWG because of these reasons, but I think in most games, the SWG is the card to come out on top.
yeah, and we're going to see, we're actually going to get an opportunity to see Leo's Jagro. Well, I don't know if we can call it Jagro, but we're going to get an opportunity to see Leo's Destruction, Saruga, Jagro, Destruction. Who knows what we're calling it, really. But I'm really excited to get an opportunity to see this deck function, although Leo definitely looks like their starting hand is not super fantastic. That expansion is sitting there doing nothing, and a lot of the OTK pieces, but not a lot of that early game aggression that, as you were talking about, is super important.
Yeah, for sure. There are a lot of very good cards in Leo's hand, however. Particularly this Raiding Brigade is really good. And if J King just attacks the HQ here, the Audacity is insane. There's a lot going here for Leo, even though it's obviously not the perfect start. You don't have a 1-drop. You're not just completely popping off.
And we can see a J King sitting deliberating between attacking or playing around that Audacity, of which there's only 1 copy, and J King said the risk is worth it, and unfortunately got a little bit punished on that.
Yeah, it's hard to say, like, it's hard to deny healing against Jagro / OTK. Like, those are the 2 decks where you're like, okay, I really want to heal. How are you going to give that up to play around 1 elite in your opponent's deck?
Exactly.
It's
I don't,
insane.
you know, I can't really blame J King for getting greedy there. I think it's a completely reasonable play. And normally I would say, oh, this is J King's game. Leo, looking at Leo's hand with all these OTK pieces, like, what is Leo going to do? But remember, J King is playing Soviet Italy control, and Soviet Italy control is not known for winning quickly, that's for sure. So Leo might have the opportunity to sit here building up these important OTK cards, like Honor and Final Push, and might have the opportunity to get in for some pretty crazy damage late game.
Yeah, I mean, not going for the Honor here from Leo, which is kind of reasonable in some ways, but in others, it's like, if you can get damage in early, you can start buffing that TK early,
True.
It must have been a tempting proposition.
For sure. It is worth noting, though, that, getting in damage over time is just as valuable as getting damage in right this second, and so I do like this play from Leo, just going for the damage over time. Hopefully that Aichi is going to continue to be able to attack J King's HQ or potentially remove important guard units as the game continues. And we see Leo's hand just continues to stack up. That's 2 copies of Honor, 2 copies of Final Push, and 1 copy of Tsuruga. So yeah, curious to see if Leo might play this Honorable Death at the left of their hand on the Bryansk potentially. We'll see.
Yeah, I was even thinking, maybe you could use a Final Push on this TK early, attack into the Alpini, the 7th Alpini, and attack with the Bomber as well, so that your opponent only heals 4.
Mm-hmm. I'm very surprised to see that play come out from Leo, as that sacrifices all of their units.
But does it set up lethal?
Oh, that's a very good question. I wasn't even really thinking about that. Leo has, let's see, 6 damage if they go for Tsuruga Honor. If they go for Tsuruga counteroffensive, that in that case, Tsuruga doesn't die because Final Push and Honor kill the unit, so that is an important part of the combo. So now Leo's in a sticky position where, although J King is really low, there isn't any answer for this Alpini, and I'm not sure if Leo can take it out without giving J King at least 4 heal, if not even potentially 8. Thankfully for Leo, they did draw the 24th Cavalry, which, if buffed up a little bit, might be able to take out that Alpini in one shot, but in doing so, you would sacrifice quite a lot of OTK pieces, right?
Yeah. You would probably use the Honor, I suppose, but just completely passing. I'm wondering how you win if you just pass here.
Yeah, especially because you're at 9 cards. I mean, you're not going to draw. You're just going to overdraw here.
Yeah, and you still have to find an answer to this 7th Alpini, and how likely is it that your answer changes from Cavalry Honor trade, realistically?
Yeah, I'm curious if there's something that Leo needs specifically 8 credits for, because the only thing that Leo has this turn instead of last turn is an extra credit. That's it.
Yeah.
And giving your opponent, your J King is going to be able to heal up to 20 here when Leo takes out this Alpini. Definitely cannot afford to pass again.
It's worth noting that Leo did not get a chance to watch the trivia card. He might not know hand size limit is 9 cards.
Yeah, no, at this level, players are very, very aware that the hand size limit is, in fact, 9 cards. But Leo, it looks like, is going to go for the Winter Warfare, then play the 24th, then give it a counteroffensive, which is going to give it +4, +2, putting it at 7, and able to take out that Alpini in one shot.
Or not.
Or not. Interesting. Opting instead to thin the deck out by... Oh, quite interesting. Going for thinning and also going for Honorable Death to try and draw some crucial pieces. Wow, that is a definitely interesting play from Leo. I'm not sure how I feel about it. Let me look through Leo's list real quickly, see what they might be looking for. They are not playing any copies of Sendai Regiment, and I mean, I don't know about you, Berto, but that's what I would think that you're trying to draw. I'm not exactly sure what else you could possibly be looking for here.
Yeah, it's hard to say. Like, I mean, with a bombing raid, you know, you can trade and you can, you know, do like a little bit, but I don't know. It just doesn't seem like there's anything that saves you. And if you had just used the honor before to deal with this, I feel like Leo would be in a much more playable spot.
I agree. I concur completely. And so Leo getting that that Tsuruga regiment up to 14, but not quite enough credits to play that last honor for that 18 that was going to be necessary to take out J-King's HQ.
Yeah, and he didn't use the honor. J-King healed 8 from the 7th Alpini rather than 4. So I think that there's a really good chance that Leo won that game if he bit the bullet, used one combo piece to stifle that healing as soon as it started to come out.
Yeah, it's a really difficult decision to make. On one hand, sacrificing your combo pieces, yeah, we talked a little bit about how there's redundancy. Like, there are more copies of them in the deck, but there still are a finite amount, and the chances that you draw into them are not guaranteed. In fact, they're quite far from guaranteed. So, yeah, it's really difficult as Leo there to make that crucial decision between, do I burn these combo pieces on getting rid of Alpini, or do I burn them, you know, do I just wait and try and get there with the Tsuruga regiment? And we can see that we're going into the last potentially the last game of the series. If J-King wins this, then J-King will be moving on. And we could potentially see Leo going to the losers bracket, although, you know, certainly far from out of it. And both players are looking at the decks, deciding, taking a break, thinking about what they might be doing. But yeah, wow, what a game.
Yeah, and I know it's so hard when you are playing a combo deck to bite the bullet and say, okay, I'm using this combo piece defensively. It's it's a tough thing to do. And I mean, it's one of the hardest decisions in the game to lose your win condition to stay alive now. And, you know, without the direct win condition, that deck can still win games.
Mm-hmm.
It's still Jagro base. You're still able to gain control of front line, beat your opponent down. Obviously, that's really hard to do against Soviet Italy control, especially if you're starting the game almost at like 8 credits. But, you know, sometimes that's what you need to do. I remember there was a tournament recently where somebody used their combo pieces early on in the game against Frontline, and then just one off of Petliakov against Frontline. They used their diplomatic attaches that were the combo win condition with the Great Patriotic War,
Mm-hmm.
and they just right on like turn 2, diplomatic attache, and people are saying, how is this going to win? It's a combo deck.
Yeah, I remember this. I remember this game, actually, yeah. Yeah, you're absolutely right.
And he went on to win it, just because Petliakov was so good against Frontline. And sometimes, you know, you're able to grow away your win condition and still win games. It's, you know, Cards is a very versatile game, and it can be pretty incredible what you can do sometimes.
Yeah, and Leo is going to try this deck for round 3. You know, I am curious, speaking of the last game, just a little bit longer, I'm curious if it made sense to play that 24th Cavalry and then Winter Warfare. I'm not sure if that was a potential misplay or if the goal was to thin the deck, but I think that if you're going to play the 24th and then Honorable Death it, that the possibility that you're going to use those 2 credits elsewhere is probably a little bit more likely than trying to not draw your 24th, but I don't know.
And Leo really at finding these raiding brigades. We saw that last game against J King too. It worked a huge effect. And again, this game, it's going to be working to huge effect. Either taking out the SWG or a 2-4 Greyhound. I mean, that's just huge.
Yeah, and it's so interesting to see Leo's deck playing copies of Bryansk regulars with this traditional Jagro package. It's so interesting, but yeah, a lot of times it makes sense to protect your Tsuruga, to, you know, allow it to stay up for a little bit more. And Leo does have a great opportunity to take out that SWG. J King dropping one more. And this is really what you want to see if you're J King, the ability to play these, to play these SWGs when you have the advantage.
And that's why you play 4 of them.
Yeah, so on one hand, it kind of bit him in the butt a little bit to be playing so many copies of SWG, but in this case, the redundancy is really good. So I'm curious to see as the tournament continues if that redundancy is gonna turn out more often like this game where it's a boon, or more often like the game earlier where it is a weakness.
One other thing that I want to point out, J King kept strategic bombing in his opening hand. That seems really strange, especially against a Jagro-like deck. It is credit destruction against an OTK list.
True.
Which is very worth noting. It can buy you a full turn in the late game, potentially, to keep you off of dying. Maybe that's the main consideration from J King there. I mean, I would imagine it would be.
It could be. I mean, as we saw last game, Leo was just passing the turn just to get more credits. So I suppose that theoretically there's a world where just denying credits is good, but is it so good that you're sacrificing one of your 4 starting cards in hand, which are the most important 4 cards that you draw during the game a lot of the time?
Yeah, I don't know. So this is an interesting turn. I would have been surprised if J King went for the half track there. I expect to see Panzer Grenadier double hit, maybe Panzer Grenadier PIR. It's pretty reasonable, especially if you hit the PIR hit on this 20 Panzer Grenadier. Then you're able to just trade off to the Bryansk. It doesn't even take any damage because you already suppressed it.
Yeah, it's interesting to note there's a little hidden synergy here. A lot of the decks that are playing this 20th Panzer Grenadiers and getting these copies of Combined Arms aren't playing a whole lot of artillery. Maybe Autocanone. But the fact that J King is playing these SWGs makes making your 35T that you generate off of 20th Panzer Grenadier in combination with that Combined Arms, you're going to see it as a 5-5 a lot more often. And when 20th Panzer Grenadier, 5th Rangers are in the game, 5-5 versus 4-4, there's a pretty big difference there.
Yeah, and I'm thinking this turn we're going to see Honor on the Bryansk regulars trade out the swag.
That's definitely a possibility.
The bombing rate, it's just a little short on everything.
Yeah, let's see where it goes. Going to take out the PIR and get 2 damage on the HQ. All right. Yeah, I mean, keeping your opponent from generating additional PIR buffs is definitely important, and your choices were either that or I don't know. Yeah, that really was the only choice in retrospect. But it gives J King a huge opportunity to push up a quite strong front line using the Combined Arms that Leo knew about this 35T and Combined Arms, knew that this is what inevitably was going to happen, but there wasn't much that they could do about it.
I'm just thinking, if you Tsuruga Honor here, you deal 6 damage to your opponent, you draw another Tsuruga, you can Tsuruga Honor Final Push, and then you're 1 damage off lethal. So you can't even play to that, 2 in however many cards Leo has in his deck out. And if you can't play to that out, what are you playing towards?
Yeah, it's worth noting that, of course, Blitzkrieg is always something that you have to think about when you're playing against Frontline. And J-King is playing 1 copy of Blitzkrieg. Some people play 1, some people play 2, but J-King obviously has to cut some slots if he wants to play 4 copies of SWG, so only playing 1 copy of Blitzkrieg, which makes sense anyways because SWG isn't getting buffed from Blitzkrieg, so if you're building a deck that is relying heavily on SWG. And J-King made the aggressive play, going for that Hellcat into the front line. Yeah, quite aggressive play, but it puts Leo at a pretty low life total.
Yeah, for sure. I wonder if you had moved up the Greyhound, you were getting a similar damage output, right? Because you're also buffing the FWG, but there we go. J-King takes it. 3-1.
Yeah, congratulations to J-King. So we are going to see him tomorrow, but for the moment, he is safe for another day. So yeah, so we're going to see Leo later versus the loser of the next game, which is between Thanatron and Socialist. But definitely really interesting deck list, really interesting games, a lot of creativity going on here between the players. Super excited to see how, Winter War is impacting this tournament. I mean, we haven't had a tournament where a new set is dropped so close. At least not one of this caliber.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, I mean, we're seeing those new cards in full effect. Those Tsurugu regiments and the SWGs. Yeah, what an awesome set to watch.
Yeah, I'm worried about Leo. I will say, getting stuck on this deck, that would feel so bad. It's so hard to, lose 2 games in a row on the same deck. Obviously, with the pressure of Worlds on your back as well, it can be pretty incredibly demoralizing to go down like this. But he's not out. He has another chance, but he is in the hot seat.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's worth noting that for those of you who aren't familiar, the competitive format requires you to win 1 game with each of your decks. So although Leo wasn't really getting the wins that he was looking for with this Tsurugu OTK, you have to keep playing it until you get a win. You can switch to your other decks, try and win with them first, but you eventually have to, whether you win 2 in a row or don't, eventually you are going to have to win with this Tsurugu OTK. And so that's why even having 1 deck that's a little bit weaker than the others in a tournament format like this is potentially really difficult because it can potentially give your opponents several wins that they need to advance to the next round.
Yeah. On the other hand, we don't know their testing. Maybe Socialist has played against this deck a lot. He's like, this deck is insane. I'm banning it if I go down to face Leo. It's really hard to say.
Yeah. I'm not sure. Do you think that the bans had anything to do with this? It looks like J-King not banning the Tsurugu OTK ended up making sense, but I believe that J-King did ban Leo's Soviet push OTK, did he not?
Yeah, and that might have more to do with those control elements in that deck. J-King, he has 3 aggressive decks, and it can be hard to play against things like Depths of Winter, which is just such an incredible control tool.
All right, and I think that we're going to be throwing it down to the the other casters, the analyzers downstairs, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Starry and Berto. Great cast there and a huge matchup to start. our day here at the World Championship. So we do see J-King, our two-time defending champion, moving on to the semifinals. We are going to see Leo a little bit later today with that second life in this double elimination event. Now, we saw a lot to Starry and Berto's point. You know, Winter War has taken full out effect, and we've seen it quite a bit in this matchup. I want to start with, not to downplay J-King, and we'll chat with him in a moment, but not on the other side, on Leo's side. Bubbles, we saw that combo deck, the Tsuruga combo deck, just really struggle. Is it a question of card draw? Is it a question of bad matchups? Any initial thoughts on where that deck faltered here?
I think there's a mixture of things which make this deck a little bit more difficult to perform with. I don't know if the deck's necessarily worse than other combo decks. I think it's just a little bit more difficult to pull off. One of the key things is most combo decks are fully reliant on their combo to win the game. You're doing 20, 30 damage in one turn, and that's your main win con. This deck, it doesn't seem to have that huge damage output. It seems to be 10 to 12 damage is your normal range. It is possible to hit 20, but it's not going to happen very often. So it feels like you need to get some early aggression in to burn down your opponent a little bit so that you can close out the game. And in all three of these matchups, with J-King won the Jaguar matchup, J-King was able to control the front line and be very aggressive. Against this US frontline list, again, it has the front line and is very aggressive. And against this control deck, there were these Alpine units healing up J-King and taking the front line. I feel like this deck needs to move a little bit quicker and get in some of this burn damage so that it can finish off the game with this sort of game-ending combo at the end.
Absolutely, and one of the beauties of having the players here live is we're actually able to do live interviews with them, which is going to be awesome. So we're going to get ready for J-King's interview, but while we get him mic'd up, we're just going to dive into a recorded segment I was able to do yesterday, catching up with J-King and chatting with him a little bit about this event. So this is the first time we're seeing Winter War in tournament action, and it's at the World Championships. Just overall, what's your initial thoughts of the expansion?
I think the expansion has a lot of very interesting cards, a lot of very interesting concepts, particularly Suppress. I think that adds a very large level of depth to the game, particularly from a competitive strategic point of view. This really lets you do new strategies, new plays that you didn't before, and it makes you have to really reevaluate all of the units in the game that have been being run just constantly over and over and over. Now that Suppress is a mechanic, you really have to think about how that factors in. And of course, having to build new decks, not being able to just rely on the tried and true tested meta decks that we all have hundreds of, if not thousands of hours of experience on. We have to really come up with something new. So I think that's going to shake up the tournament.
Perfect, and we are joined here by our defending world champion and winner of our first matchup here today, J-King. Starry, over to you for the player interview.
Congratulations, J-King, on your first victory here. I'm sure that it is relieving to have a safe rest of the day. You're done for the day. But walk me through why you decided to choose to ban the push OTK deck, but not the Tsuruga OTK deck, because they both are relying on these OTK strategies. What made the push OTK deck threatening, in your opinion?
So to me, the big difference is the Great Patriotic War. I saw the push OTK deck as being capable of beating my Soviet control. Just since my Soviet control, I don't think it can end the game that quickly. And you will eventually be able to do Great Patriotic War and the push combo, which is going to kill me, no matter how much health I have, no matter how much board control I have. Whereas the Tsuruga, I think it can get pressured very early by my more aggressive decks and mid-range style decks. And then against my control, I think it's a lot harder for them to, or Leo, to reach up to that high damage threshold. It's much easier to heal out of range.
And you're playing 12 copies of the SWG. And we saw it work for you in some games really, really effectively. But on other games, it sort of clogged your hand a little bit and was sort of a liability. Would you mind walking us through what made you choose to play so many copies of the card? And if you had to do it over again, would you, maybe cut a copy or,
So the big reason that I'm running 12 copies of it is I think Suppress is a very, very powerful mechanic, and I think it's a mechanic that's going to take a while for the meta to adjust to. So we see in this tournament, myself included, we see everybody running US midrange, and we see everybody running 5th Rangers in US midrange. And 5th Rangers is just a card I'm pulling up as an example of something that, when suppressed, it goes to 4 operation cost. It gets very, very weak. And there's other cards similar to that where if they are suppressed, they become really terrible. We saw Bryansk, Leo, in my game against Leo, where I was able to suppress the Bryansk several times, if I remember correctly. And once it's suppressed, it's just a 0 for it. It does no damage. It removes its destruction effect. It removes guard. You can't draw off of it with anything. Like, it really just becomes a dead card. So being able to suppress 2 units at once per turn, I thought was very, very powerful. Plus, it's very easy to bump up the attack, and a Fury Artillery, just on its own without the suppress, is very, very powerful. So that's why I'm running 12 copies. I would stick on 12 copies. In fact, I might even go up to 16 if given the choice. I think the game where it didn't work out against the German-US jet prototype, I don't think it was as much swag not working out as it is the rest of the deck not working out. We saw that he had to remove it. Like, he did have to trade it out. It was a very key unit that it was just that he was able to get onto the board. The rest of my deck sort of fell through in being able to allow swag to control the game.
Yep, absolutely. And so continuing to tomorrow, do you have any particular concerns, any thoughts that you wanted to share with us?
Not really. I would say Leo was just looking at the players' past performances, their experience, how I just evaluate their individual player strength based on what I've seen from them. I thought Leo was my fiercest competition in this tournament. I think he's a very, very good player, and obviously there's a possibility that I could see him again tomorrow. But Leo, now that I'm past Leo, I'm feeling confident. Obviously, I'm not, like, I can lose to any player. Any player can lose to any player. And the other players, Socialist and Thanatron, I'm not trying to downplay them at all. They got here fair and square. They're very, very talented players in their own right. But I'm feeling confident not having to play again today. I'm feeling confident going into tomorrow with this Leo set behind me, because even if I do have to play him again, just knowing that I got in 3-1, I felt comfortable. I'm happy with how I played. I'm happy with how my decks performed. So I'm feeling good.
Yeah, I absolutely understand that. You know, Leo has had the most OCC success, so I can definitely understand why you made the comments that you made. But I hope that you can take the rest of the day to, you know, sit back, relax, and enjoy your success. So
thank you very much.
One more time.
Thank you so much, Starry. Congratulations, J King. We'll see you tomorrow. So yeah, enjoy the rest of the day. Let's go ahead and bring up the bracket to see exactly what we're going to be able to witness for the rest of today while J King gets the afternoon off. So we've got Thanatron versus Socialist coming up next. That's going to be our next quarterfinal essentially matchup. We did see Leo there moving to the bottom bracket, and yeah, so Leo's going to take on the loser of Thanatron Socialist to get into the next semifinals essentially. So we're going to have Berto and Starry join me on the analyst desk as Bubbles and Spooz go ahead and get themselves sorted, getting ready to cast this next match against Thanatron and Socialist. So, Berto, Starry, welcome to the analyst desk. Before we get into the next matchup, I wanted to cover a couple little things because we did talk a lot about Winter War, its impact on this tournament scene. And Starry, you were just asking J King about the SWG. Suppress has been a big keyword to add. We saw it make a Bryansk pretty much useless. We saw the inclusion with duress as well. So it seems to be popping up fairly often. How impactful do you think you believe Suppress is going to be to this meta?
Well, I think that it's still really early meta, and I was personally really surprised to continue to see cards like 5th Rangers. I would have thought that 5th Rangers would have been one of the first cards that would be cut, especially because there's so many replacements that do similar things but aren't as weak to suppress. We've already seen the cutting of cards like T60. T60 is really, really weak if it doesn't have guard or destruction. If 4 costs 2/4 is really bad. But yeah, I'm curious to see what units that rely heavily on guard, heavily on destruction, or heavily on their passive effects, which of those end up getting cut.
And then Berto, seeing in game 2 where it was the J King's US versus Leo's Germany list, J King seemed to have a really strong start, and then Jet Propulsion shows up and all of a sudden changes the game. How impactful do you think that card is? I mean, we heard Leo, or we haven't heard him yet, but Leo chatted with me yesterday and mentioned that was his favorite card in the new expansion. Do you think it's going to be as impactful as we saw at that one game?
I think it was really important that Nakshub was also in that game. Jet Prototype is a really powerful card, but it does need to be enabled. If you're losing on the board, which can be, you know, easy when you're running all even cost cards except for the Nakshub. It can be really easy to not have a 1-drop, and then your opponent does. They go first, they get established in the front line, and then paying 6 credits to deal 7 to your opponent isn't as appealing anymore. So I think the counter to that deck, so to say, will be to play fast, be aggressive, and keep them off of having any turns where they're able to start burning you out. And then I think we will see a few of those games where the Jet Prototype will suffer a little bit as well as the games that Jet Prototype pops off.
I'm glad I can take scribbled notes and read the card names wrong. So Jet Prototype it is. Thank you for correcting me there, Berto. Let's go ahead and take a look at the players we're going to see competing in this next matchup. So we do have Socialist going on head-to-head against Thanatron. So let's go ahead and bring up Socialist player card here and dive into a little bit of their stats. So again, Socialist, no stranger to the tournament scene, though a little bit less experienced than maybe what you might see when you saw J. King and Leo's player card here. Only 6,000 matches, still a 62% win rate. Socialist, a phenomenal player. Berto, let's just dive into this a little bit. 6,000 games. We saw J. King 26,000 some odd games. You know, we've seen a lot of players who have spent a lot of time in this game. Socialist maybe relatively a newcomer. Do you think that affects him in an event like this?
Yeah, for sure. But it doesn't necessarily affect you in a negative way all the time. Because, you know, like we saw with Bamboo last year, he said, well, I'm, you know, pretty new to the game. I wasn't really expecting to be here, but I'm happy with anything I get. Once you are maybe more established player, you think like, oh, I should beat this guy or whatever. It can be really hard to not get in your own head, get stressed out about it. Sometimes when you're newer to the game and you end up in a crazy position like this in Iceland, it's just like, wow, I got a free trip to Iceland already. I'm guaranteed $1,200. You know, life's looking up, you know?
It's absolutely not a bad look at all. Let's go ahead and bring up Thanatron's player card and take a look who his opponent is going to be. So there you see Thanatron, over 10,000 games played, that's 60% win rate. Starry, similar to what Bubbles was saying about Socialist, like Thanatron just kind of went in with like, hey, I'm just happy to be here. Do you think that mindset takes a little bit of that pressure off and you go into this game thinking like, if I win, fantastic. If I lose, hey, there's at least a couple $100 or a couple $1,000 in my pocket at this rate. You know, how do you think he's feeling about this type of event?
Yeah, I mean, I think that there's always the pressure of when you're playing on camera, you want to make sure that your plays are good. But Thanatron is an excellent player, and yeah, being able to play at this high of a level, you don't get here accidentally. And being a little bit relaxed, not necessarily having the expectation on yourself that I have to come out of this winning the whole thing, can potentially be a little bit relaxing, but at the same time, there's still the pressure of being in Iceland, being in a studio, playing on camera. So it's not sitting at home on your computer playing a cards tournament. So there's always that added pressure.
And while Thanatron speaks very highly of Team Heavy, I'm sure if he makes a blunder on stream, they'll be all over him for it. So no pressure at all, right? So we're going to go ahead and kick it over to Spooz and Bubbles. We're going to break down the decks and get you into the second match of the day.
Hello, thank you, Christo. I'm joined by Spooz, my lovely compadre, the most handsome man in cards. And we're going to be breaking down Socialist and Thanatron's decks, and then we're going to be getting into the best of 5. It's going to be 2 bands, and yeah, so best of 5 is a long series. It does get quite tiring by the last one, so it's going to be interesting to see if sort of match fatigue kicks in and affects these players. But I think let's just get straight into these decks, starting with Socialists, which I think Spooz is going to take us through.
If you wish so. Yeah, sure. So, Socialist, bringing some really interesting stuff here. First of all, we have a Britain-US kind of Ram-style deck with a lot of bombers. We did a lot of analysis yesterday and just looked at the deck. So we have several ways to get good bombers out of this that mostly evolve around utilizing the helifax. So you want to get your early ramp in, you want to deploy helifax, maybe even 2 of them, and then follow up by other bombers that just deal damage with the deployment, depending on how much attack they have. So really important with this deck, we tried this a few times yesterday. It's really important to find your ramp cards early on. Otherwise, this deck feels a little bit slow. You have supply shortage, sure, which can deal with early aggressive units. You have a few guards, but overall, you want to get the War Machine in. You want to deploy stuff like the Glamour Boys that heal you and also just protect your HQ. You want to get Monsoon Rod supply shortage just accessible so you can full board clear. You don't have too much healing in this deck, so you really need to be careful with your HQ health. Sure, you have the Glamour Boys, you have stuff like Sincerely Yours, but other than that, your opponent can easily overwhelm you, and you really need to get your credit count high so you can just utilize all of these good units, but they're also expensive. Second one up, we have, just US-Germany frontline, just similar to what we just seen from both of the other players. We just got rid of WWII with the reservation, and it got replaced by a lot of cool cards from the new expansion Winter War. Like we have this new Panzer Grenadier that we just saw that just provides you with a 35T plus a combined arms, which is a pretty good. So you can compare with the Sherman kind of. Sherman just on deployment draws you 2 cards. This also gives you 2 cards. It's always a fixed set, like you always get 35T combined arms, but it kind of does the same without the condition of having US unit in the front line. So people just decided that this could be a good replacement for the stuff that rotated out, and it kind of paid out for J-King in the previous match, and we will see if it also pays out for Socialist here, not Journalist. The third deck, Germany, US Jet Prototype deck. We just saw this from Leo. We will also see this on Thanatron. So the basic deck idea is just play your ramp cards, get out the Jet Prototype, kill your opponent with 3 of them. That's like the base strategy of this game. If you can manage to find the Jet Prototypes, all 3 of them, you just have Bismarck as a finisher, you have Leopold as a good board clear that when it sticks on board also deals 6 damage. So you have several ways. You have the 2 credit Duress that can easily help you to get rid of guards for 0 credits. So overall, a redefined list, and we just saw it really paying out in our first series here. Then we have kind of what I expect to be the weakness of Socialist. So just what we saw from Leo, this Japan deck, and we already mentioned it as at the host desk. Japan kind of the hardest nation to find a good deck with, and we just saw Leo just struggling with this Tsuruga deck, and then Socialist just tries to attempt like a fighter OTK list here. And I tried this yesterday with Bubbles, since we just tested a few of the matchups, and I couldn't win a single game with it. It's so hard to just finish off your opponent. You don't have too much removal tools. Sure, you have some stuff like the supply priorities, which can deal 1 damage to all units. You have a little bit of healing, but overall, the combo just is to blitz out 1 fighter, like a Tony or a Hien, or even a kicker, give them Fury with the burst of fire, and then just play the bolster to give them additional attack, 0 operation cost. But this combo is just so hard to find, and if you want to do it on a Tony or on a Hien, you need double burst of fire to actually have 20 damage, and otherwise it's only 18 and not really killing your opponent. Not speaking if your opponent is running heal cards, you have to do even more damage. And I'm pretty sure that this is not getting banned, first of all, and then it might be just the same situation that just Leo had in his game, that this deck is just struggling to win. But we'll see. Maybe I'm just teach a lesson here, and I might be wrong. Would be cool for Socialist. And the final list, we just have tokens. One of my favorite archetypes in the game. Played it for a lot. It's really good for new players, and I think it became even better with the new cards. You have stuff like the...
I think you need some glasses, Spooz.
Yeah, I think I need. It's the line of engagement. That's what I was talking about.
You see, what I find entertaining about this is you're like, you can't see this, but Spooz is leaning across the room,
and
trying to look at a small
right in front of
monitor in the corner, and he's got a paper with all the decks right in front of him.
I really need to get my glasses after this. So, but tokens, got some real new cards. First of all, there's this new Baranovici card, the 2/3 Alpine unit.
that gives all your tokens guard, not guard, but Alpine, and is an Alpine unit itself.
Yeah.
So every token that you play after that is just getting so huge. So this is a really good target for the opponent to suppress it, to remove it instantly. And I found this card can just get out of control really fast.
I mean, it's a must-answer piece, right? If you don't deal with this, every token is going to grow. And with tokens, there's always been a balance between how many light infantry you have and how many buffs you have. With this, you just want as many tokens as you can. There's this balance that you've been trying to walk this whole time has been just thrown out the window because this will buff them enough on its own. So I wonder if that's going to make it consistent enough, or is it still going to struggle a little bit as tokens have in the past?
I found tokens quite consistent if you just attempt it correctly. Like if you maybe have a play against a list that has a lot of removal, like AoE-wise, you just hold back your tokens, you hold back your Baranovici and play them on turn 5-6, where you can put out more, and then there you have 4 4s and 5 5s on the board, which are way less vulnerable to removal. So you kind of have to adjust to the opponent's strategy, and if you do this, I think you have a really good shot to win with tokens.
Awesome. Well, I hope they have practiced as much as you have with tokens. I think we have some other decks which we're going to look at, which are Thanatron's one. Would you like to do the honors again?
Oh no, I would love to guide you to the deck list from Thanatron.
Okay, well here we go. With Thanatron, we're starting with something you've seen today twice now. This is the third time. This is this Jet prototype deck. Almost all the cards are even. There's one odd card in this deck, and this is quite humorous to me because a long time ago I was talking about doing this odds versus evens sort of gameplay, and now it's here in the World Champion top 4 with 4 players. And like you say, you have this Bismarck to help you finish the game if these Jet prototypes don't quite get you over the line. There's also like Comet in here, which can be really difficult for your opponent to deal with. So this deck is really interesting, and I want to keep a lot of eyes on this deck and see how it evolves, if USA remains the ally nation or if it switches it up at any point, because I just think this deck has a lot of stuff going on we've not seen before in a while, and I'm really interested to see how that pans out over the next few months. The next deck is this Brittany deck. This is, other than Frontline, possibly the most old-school deck in the tournament. This deck is very traditional. Only a couple cards here from the expansion actually being ran. We also do see delaying tactics, which I believe is a reaction to losing Monty. You no longer have Monty to help you slow down decks like Jagro, Alpine if Alpine's about, Tokens, and Frontline. These are all big decks which you struggle to deal with a lot of the time until you find your AoE. And this just gives you a little bit of extra early game to help you push back and slow down your opponent. I think this deck is going to be really quite a scary one for Socialist. The amount of healing that can be gained here through this deck, and then this Commonwealth to help close out the game. This Brittany deck, I think, is something to look out for. We then have another tokens deck. We've seen tokens from Socialist. We have tokens from Thanatron, which means good news for us. One of the token decks will advance towards the next stage, which is something I'm really looking forward to, because I really enjoy seeing tokens. I know it's a fan favorite. It's a favorite of us as well, and I'm excited to see it on the main stage. We do see the M10A1, which is very similar to the half track. This M10, it's a 4/2 instead, and it comes down and it suppresses something. Suppress is a new mechanic which removes all the keywords and abilities of a unit and resets its stats to its default stats, in the sense of removing buffs. You won't heal up your opponent's unit, but you will remove their buffs. It's a very powerful ability. We've seen quite a few cards. The new Findon Nation has cards like White Death, which provides some AoE suppress, but we just see a little bit of direct suppress coming in here. We've got Duress in the other deck, and then we have M10 in this one. The next deck, which I think all 4 players are bringing, this is the USA Frontline deck. We do see Thanatron going with a little bit more of an old school version, not updating it quite as much to the new patch as the other players are. Once again, bringing this M10 Wolverine, this M10A1, and this is, again, similar to Half Track, but we'll see how it pays off. It's just a little bit more aggressive. And then this last deck is Jagro, again, not too changed from the old versions. I know a lot of players were trying out a lot of interesting stuff with Japan. Thanatron seems to have tried to stick to his old guns as much as possible. And I think this is a really smart strategy. When there's a new expansion coming out and there's all these new cards, it's so easy to run around trying to pick every flower. But if you just take it slow and try and improve on what you already have and what you already know, that significantly brings down the amount of preparation you need to do and allows you to focus all your energy onto performing as good as you can on just these few decks.
It's also interesting to see that he plays the Spitfire in this new fighter that needs the first card your opponent will cost twice as much.
Yeah.
What do you think? Why is this in there?
I mean, it's just a very powerful elite card. It's one of these cards where it needs to be answered straight away. You play this, and if your opponent can't kill it straight away, it's just going to slow them down for the rest of the game. It is a little bit slow seeing it here because it's quite a late game card, but Jaggro has been forced to slow down by rotation. You cannot move as quickly as you can, and this just means you are able to play these value mid-game cards a little bit more. This is the most expensive card in Thanatron's deck, and it's a one-of, so it probably won't be a large issue. It's not likely to come up early on. However, it does have the potential if you have like an Enigma, this Zero, a Shidin, and a Schutzen in your opening hand, you can really get screwed over. So you do have to be a little bit careful, but if you look at the curve on the top, it's still the most aggressive curve out of all of these decks.
Yeah, absolutely makes sense. And I'm also pretty proud of you that you told it Schützen and not Stützen.
Yeah, I've been
Nice.
annoying Spooz by mispronouncing German words for the last few days. And I thought, just as a little gift for him and any German viewers, I'd give it a go on that time.
So, looking at the matchup here, what do we expect the close players are going to ban?
I think this Brittany ban from Brittany deck from Thanatron needs to be banned. I think US Frontline is always a solid ban because it's a very familiar deck. But you guys were talking earlier about the bans in the panel, and something that I brought up is a lot of players have prepped for Frontline. We see this delaying tactics in this Brittany deck. I think this is a clear preparation for US Frontline. So the players might be comfortable playing against it. I also think tokens are something to look out for. I think tokens are very powerful, and in these matchups where you can't shut down tokens early on, they run away with the game. They're one of these decks where you need to focus them quickly, deal with them quickly, because as these token units come out, they will just beat you on value and value alone.
So could it be a consideration just because there's a potential token mirrors? And I played some the day the expansion came out on release day, and I found the mirrors really annoying if you go second. Like the player who's going first is having such a big advantage. So is it a consideration to just think, I don't want to deal with the mirror, so I just ban tokens? That you said it's usually a consistent deck, so get rid of it and just deal with frontline instead?
I think tokens can be a lot more difficult to deal with. There's also an aspect of high rolling. A lot of players really don't like to get hit by these high roll decks. We saw Jaking's Germany-Soviet high roll deck get banned out earlier. And this tokens deck, especially in the mirror, like you say, when you go second, when the things don't go your way, it just feels impossible. So I think tokens is a really solid choice. And I also think anything that is control-based at the moment is also a really solid choice, just because of how the meta appears to be shaping up with these current decks. Well, what about yourself? Any strong opinions on bans other than tokens?
No, I fully agree with you. I think Brit Italy is really something to consider getting banned there from Thanatron, since you said it has a lot of guards and a lot of control tools, and it's just good overall. What I'm pretty sure is not going to be banned from Socialist is the Japan list, because I feel it's quite inconsistent, and I think it is a good option and a good tool for Thanatron to just abuse this fact and just get a free win there.
It definitely feels like a weak point. I definitely agree with that. However, one thing I know is a big factor in these games is the Caster's Curse. And now that we've said this deck is going to perform badly, Caster's Curse dictates that this deck will work straight away and end the game almost immediately. Looks like we are here with the decks, and we see Socialists, USA, and Soviet, that is tokens and frontline banned. And then from Thanatron, the Jaggro list and the Germany, remind me of this deck,
Jet
please?
Prototype.
Jet Prototype's been banned. So we see some interesting things here. I'm surprised to see Brittany come through from Thanatron. I'm surprised Socialist didn't ban that. Other than that, I'm not too surprised by the bans. This Jaggro list is still quite scary, and you do need to be careful for it, but I think there are other potential more consistent targets for Socialists to try and hit with these bans. As for Thanatron's bans on Socialist, it's, I think, roughly what we were expecting.
Absolutely, but I find it quite interesting that from Thanatron he has access to the tokens deck and to the frontline deck. I found this Jet Prototype kind of underwhelming, but we'll see how it performs here for Socialist. He still has access to it, and we will see Brittany versus Jet Prototype.
So Brittany, quite a slow deck, so the Jet Prototype's issue of not having any one-drops, which is a big issue in the deck, isn't as prevalent. However, cards like Lion for a Day and all this healing means Thanatron is far more immune to being beat down by these Jet Prototypes, like we saw Jaking earlier, getting hit down really, really quickly. we see Socialist having a really quite expensive hand. 22nd is the cheapest card available for them, but they do have a Jet Prototype and an FW as well as this Schutzen. However, Thanatron also having a very slow hand here. We may not see many plays for a few turns.
Absolutely not. Like, the only one drop in Socialist deck is the Nachschub, and that is not providing any pressure. I think the next best play you can do is the 35T or this new 8, what is it, 8 Gebirgsjäger?
The Panzer Grenadiers.
They're also Panzer Grenadiers. Did you know that I've also been a Panzer Grenadier when I was at the Bundeswehr?
Yeah, did you...
I just told 10,000 times already. Huh?
Did you produce 3 extra credits when you became veteran?
I actually produced 3 extra credits.
Nice. You were a top tier Panzer Grenadier, Spooz.
Absolutely. Elite.
Not one of the ones which gives your tanks like +2 attack to
I was the elite guy with Fury.
Oh, he's not very good.
I was.
There you go.
So let's focus on the game here. Thanatron with a good amount of removal in hand here. Double supply shortage. He has the Monsoon Rod. And Socialist only with the 22nd into the front line here. Not really what you want to see. He has a War Machine, which can speed things up a lot here. He has access to the first Jet Prototype in 2 more turns.
Now, this supply shortage coming out from Thanatron, this is really important. You normally don't see this sort of play where you supply shortage on a single unit, but Socialist, not a very aggressive deck in the first few turns, so you're not too worried about the board getting swarmed, and this is taking away so much value here, because this is going to draw a card for Socialist every single turn. It's so important just to get rid of it. We now see a difficult decision for Socialist. Do you push up the Schutzen to get the bigger unit in the front line, or do you just go for the Panzer Grenadiers? I think I prefer the Panzer Grenadiers, as this allows you to go for the Jet Prototype next turn.
Even because of Lion for a Day.
Lion for a Day too.
Your opponent plays Lion for a Day. This thing has 2 credits, 2 attack. So your opponent can only target it with the Call to Colonies, but it just... You could play 2 of them this turn, so you can just push up the next one and force out another removal. And if this sticks, as you say, you just have so many credits available, but you might just go for the Jet Prototype this turn instead of pushing the Panzer Grenadiers up. And then this is already 7 damage, or 6 damage if you just discarded the Nachschub.
If you're going to deploy a big fighter though, there's some logic to going for the FW first, because you don't get blown out as big when this gets taken out. You get to draw an additional card. Finds a second Jet Prototype.
2 already, but Thanatron finding more healing here. That's also really important to out-heat the damage from the prototypes.
I'd also like to point out, sitting in Thanatron's hand is a naval engagement. This completely destroys all units in the support line. So Socialist might have, 2 Jet Prototypes and another unit in the support line, and Thanatron isn't too far off this being a viable option. We're already at turn 5, turn 6. Thanatron on 23 health, not under much pressure, and has a lot of answers to the board.
Yeah, he needs to be careful with the Lion for a Day, right? It's really tempting to just play it on the FW here. He might just do it, I guess, just hoping that Socialist is not having any Jet Prototypes in hand. But after you play this, you have barely any answers to a downcoming Jet Prototype, and this card is hitting you for 7 instead of 5. So might be a little bit of trouble here from Thanatron.
A Jet Prototype and a Panzer Grenadier to the front line just puts Thanatron under so much pressure. You're hitting him for 7, and you're saying this card is going to flip into Veteran, become a 3/3, and I'm going to gain a lot of credits. I think Thanatron is really hoping they can just buy enough time to reach the stages where they can go like Supply Shortage, Monsoon Rock, Carpet Bombing, Naval Engagement, and wipe out the units from Socialist.
Ooh.
Only 6, hitting the Nachschub, the one-off in the deck.
He also hit the 3rd Jet Prototype, so he's only having access to another one, and then that's it for the Jet Prototype. He has to rely on the Comet then, maybe.
We also saw an FW get removed there, which is a really powerful card in this matchup. We see 2 supply shortages available for Thanatron. I think you maybe just play 2 of them this turn. If you play 2 of them this turn, this will clear the board over the next few turns. Now, I believe the unit is flipping to Veteran before the supply shortage trigger. I could be incorrect on that. But if it does, this will save you an extra 3 points of damage because it produces a 3-1 afterwards instead of a 3-3, which can tank 2 turns of supply shortage. Ooh. Going for the delaying tactics, single supply shortage, this will stop the unit flipping into Veteran.
And you can just play Monsoon Rod next turn to clear the board, or at least the 2 units
or
that are
just
actually
the Carpet
there.
Bomb.
Sure.
There's a lot of options. I think it depends how much Socialist commits to the board. We may just see a second Jet Prototype come out here. And if a second Jet Prototype comes out, Thanatron takes a lot of damage and has to deal with this board very quickly. Maybe looking for the Comet before playing the Jet prototype, because you do risk losing the Comet, and it's really important to have this card available for the matchup. Finds a way of dealing with some guards later into the game.
Yeah, naval bombardment, a good tech to just bounce guard unit, so you have freeway with the prototypes.
Oh, this looks like a carpet bomb. That's got to be a carpet bomb. This is going to shut down Socialist
Look at this,
board
instantly.
instantly.
Not in-
However, Thanatron is on 11, and there's a Jet prototype available in Socialist's hand. So you're not that far off winning this game here if you're Socialist.
Yeah,
Thanatron-
Socialist also shuffled 2 of his cards at the bottom, so it's more likely now that he finds the Comet on top of his deck.
Exactly.
And whenever he finds that, he just has... I mean, there's still Sincerely Yours in Thanatron's hand, so he can heal for another 6, but this FW is just causing another problem here for Thanatron.
I do wonder if we see Heinkel come out and keep looking for this Comet. I think there's a lot of logic to saving back this Jet prototype until you found the Comet. If you play Jet prototype and Comet's gone, you need to end the game in the next couple turns or you're done.
That's a good point, yeah. Just wait until you draw a Comet, and then you can just go with the other Jet prototype, so you don't have the risk to actually discard it.
It also forces Thanatron to do something about the board, maybe use up some more AoE, and this may clear the way later for more, swarms on the board. I think we're going to see 2 swarms out of Socialist before they run out of units to swarm. You can run these ones up, and then you can run one more group after that.
Thinking, do I want to utilize the 3H or just go Heinkel instead? He's just going phase 2 more damage from the Penta 3 now. Can keep the Heinkel for later if you're really under pressure to find the Comet.
Probably looking for a line for a day. The Loner, normally quite a nice find, however, Bounce is available for Socialist. It will be the full 4K, but I think you're comfortable doing so.
Yeah, you have the credits to spend and you get rid of a guard. Problem is, you don't have any way to remove this once it comes back again. But in the meantime, you just dealt another 7 damage.
I suppose you can trade with it, just hit it. If you put a 5th Rangers in the front line, or attack it once with the Heinkel, it's low enough for the FW to finish off.
The Socialist looking for you with the Heinkel.
It's got to be Comet. I can't think of anything but Comet. Maybe the Bismarck?
Oh yeah, that's a good point. He just wants to have Spoils of War.
Look at this damage though. Putting Thanatron down to 7, and you can also potentially find another source of bounce, another naval bombardment, and then play the Jet prototype and blitz out lethal.
Do you know what the reason why I attack with a Heinkel is? He wants to have a way to play around Ultra, maybe? Is there Ultra on Thanatron's list? Yeah, it is.
Yeah,
So he has a cheap way now to play around Ultra at turn 12, in case he finds his mark.
You can play around Ultra, but you also get Thanatron down to 7. Which means you've got the Jet prototype lethal, the Bismarck lethal. It seems like a very sensible play. We see here supply shortage as well as attacking the colonies. Going to start clearing down this board, put himself out of range of Bismarck.
So he could go Jet prototype, kill the Bologna, and then just deal another 5 face damage.
Available now from Thanatron is this combo of going delaying tactics, naval bombardment. So if we see Socialists push up lots of units into the front line, there could be a huge blowout. Ooh, duress
is
that's
great.
Game. That's game. You go for the duress on the guard, hit face for 5, play the Jet prototype, hit face for 7. This duress already showing its worth as it makes guards so much less reliable, and we see Socialist taking a 1-0 lead against this Bridley deck, and this was one of the good decks here from Thanatron, and Socialist able to get a good win against it.
So a good start for Socialist. This Jet prototype kind of convincing me more and more that it's kind of an okay deck at least.
Socialist banned it. I think that says something about the way the players are rating it, where Socialist says this deck is a problem, I'm going to bring it myself and I'm going to ban it from my opponent.
I really love this camera angle. It just shows how the players are just preparing for the next match. Look, Socialist is just really deep inside himself. He's thinking, what happened? What is going to happen next? Maybe what am I bringing next? What might Thanatron bring next? I just love it so much. Look how cool this set looks.
It's such a cozy location. I mean, I'd go on holiday here. I don't know about you, but look at this.
Have you sat on these chairs?
They're very uncomfortable.
I did a practice match yesterday, and it's just, first of all, it's kind of cold in that room, and then the chairs are just super uncomfortable. So I don't want to be switched by the with the players here and be in their spot. So
No, because we've got a lovely warm little room. We've got our soft office chairs. Looking at the next game, what do you think Thanatron's going to bring? Oh, well, never mind.
I think he's bringing US frontline maybe.
Yeah, you reckon? And what do you
Yeah.
reckon Socialist is going to bring?
I think he might just bring his Brit list.
Yeah?
Yeah. And
Oh, you were right. Wow, look at that.
Wow, I'm so good at predicting.
Now we see Thanatron having the M10A1 available as well as a nice one drop, but Socialist having possibly a no mulligan hand.
It looks decent. You have the ramp you need.
I guess Monsoon Rot might be a bit slow, but even with the supply shortage, that's close to a no mully hand.
You have war machines, you have draw, you have a guard, you have supply shortage. That's basically all you need. And Thanatron found 2 1-drops. One of them is the 164s. The other one as well. But
Oh, production order. This gives you 2 bombers to choose from. One comes down, it has blitz, it suppresses the board. The other gets cheaper. And we see the B-24J, this is the one, it has blitz and suppress.
this is the way better variant.
Yeah.
As you said, it just suppresses all the units on board from the opponent, I guess. Or is it all units? I think
I
it's...
believe it's your opponent.
And additionally to that, it just has blitz. So
Otherwise it just suppresses itself and lose blitz.
um,
And we see Thanatron pushing up 2 units to the front line. However, they do only have 1 attack at the moment. Socialist does have War Machine. And turn 2 War Machine is one of the best ramp sort of tools in the game. It's so powerful at just accelerating you towards the mid game.
yeah, but what is Thanatron doing?
Blitzkrieg. I say Blitzkrieg.
You do it?
I say Blitzkrieg. Go Blitzkrieg. You don't want to play this M10.
No, you really don't want to play this M10.
I reckon you just go for the Blitzkrieg. What I'm scared of is Socialist is going to go for the supply shortage, and these buffs are just going to disappear because there's going to be nothing left to use it with.
Thanatron is running
2 Blitzkriegs, I believe.
2 blitzkriegs.
Yeah.
I think it was J King who only runs 1 copy in frontline.
He was running 1 copy. I'm not sure if he's put it back in. One was taken out for the Eagle Day.
Oh, he's playing it for tempo.
I mean, this stops the supply shortage being as deadly. It just means this Canadian now is far more scary than it was before. And I mean, there's a couple scary Canadians around as it is. You know, we've got J King hanging out,
Yeah,
Berto's
really
here.
scary.
It's quite scary, but this Canadian is, I just think, a little bit more intimidating. Now, this is a 4/5 with salvage and guard, and the ability your salvage units cost 2 less. So if you're salvaging 1-drops and 2-drops, you can play them out for free. It's a really powerful guard because it forces your opponent to answer it on the spot, or it will just completely run away with the game.
So what can Thanatron do here? Blitzkrieg not that effective against this since the frontline units only get they only get to 4 attack. You could utilize the M10, but then the opponent's just getting a copy out of it.
Now we see the buff. Thanatron hoping maybe, I mean, you hit with the 35T, you hit with this infantry. This isn't too bad. Thanatron, I think, I quite like that line actually. Putting Socialist down to 12. Socialist doesn't have a good way of dealing with a single unit available in hand. You can go for the ingenuity to try and find something. You can go for this honey to try and start healing up. You definitely need to play this ramp card this turn. However, what do you do about this 5-3 in the front line?
Yeah, there are not too many good answers right now. You can play the Landing Brigade and just maybe trade it out next turn, but
If I'm Socialist here, I'm thinking Greyhound Blitzkrieg and I'm dead.
there's a chance there.
Yeah, and we've not seen a single Greyhound come out yet. So it's very, very possible.
There are not too many answers right now that can instantly deal with this M10. I mean, supply shortage feels like a waste here. It's still 3 turns until this dies and you're not doing too
I
much.
thought that was it. I saw green.
Sherman is also great
Yeah.
here. It just refills Thanatron's hand. Do you go Sherman here or do you just increase the pressure or just keep the pressure with pushing up
I
the 5th
think you
Rangers?
go for the Sherman. A rule of thumb is Sherman when you can. Because if you don't Sherman when you can, you might not get that opportunity.
And there is a Hellcat.
Finds the Hellcat, finds the Skytrain. So if we see AoE come out from Socialist, Thanatron is then able to go for the Skytrain. Glamour Boys is a nice option. This gives you 4 extra hit points, as well as a 7 HP guard. Unfortunately, Sherman can trade into it really well, as this has 3 attack, and with the 7 HP, a Blitzkrieg will be able to kill it. Socialist would go up to 12, so the Blitzkrieg wouldn't be able to kill him. However, still a lot of pressure here, and
Yeah, can you afford an ASW and then just risk to die to a random Blitzkrieg?
ASW, if this hits Sherman, and that's game.
That's game. You lost the 50-50, not hitting the frontline unit there, and with this Blitzkrieg that Thanatron kept in hand and did not play on turn 3, finishing off game number 2, and I really like that we have just face cam because you can really see the disappointment on the players' faces.
Yeah, you enjoy the misery when someone loses.
Yeah, no, not the misery, but I can
like
feel the
seeing
pain
when the
of
players
them.
are happy when they win. You know, that's why we balance each other out. I like seeing the happy players. You like laughing at the sad
No,
ones.
I just feel bonded with the players because usually this stuff is happening to me
Oh,
on
okay,
ladder.
I get it. Yeah.
I'm just thinking, please don't have that card in hand, and instantly this card comes out, and I lose the
Especially
game.
if you're on stream. I find when I'm streaming, my RNG goes down consistently. I'm convinced that there is someone at 1939 whose job is just to sit on Twitch and you know, reduce the RNG of people streaming on Twitch.
Yeah, do you know that people just have that theory that you always kind of queue up against a bad matchup?
Exactly.
How
it's
would
this-
they even do this? Like,
Yeah,
what is a bad? Who says what is a bad matchup? And how do you just find them together? It's really strange. So players are preparing for match number 3 here. We have a 1-1, a tight series so far.
Tokens coming out.
Oh, now it's time to see my.
But supply short. Oh my! Socialist's hand. Supply shortage. War Machine.
Pioneer
Pioneers.
Company.
Pioneers into War Machine. Into oh my!
Into draw, into finest hour. No, an hour of need, not finest hour. I'm always mixing
Thanatron's
them
got
up.
3 of these 503rd mortars in
Oh
hand.
my god!
That is. I mean, Socialist
The only
is
thing
in
that
such
is going,
a strong position.
yeah, but the only thing that's going for Thanatron here, this is not a matchup where you need to be fast with tokens.
That is true, but this supply shortage monsoon combo, I believe Socialist is only running 1 monsoon rot, so it's
Yeah,
not that
and there's no
likely.
monsoon rod in hand, so Thanatron kind of has all the time in the world here. He can just wait with. He could play the frontal assault here to just get 2 tokens. Then next turn you play the deep operations, give them blitz, and then from there on you just develop your board. You can just go a little bit wide, wait until your opponent plays supply shortage, and then just go even wider. I think it's okay. It's looking terrible, but I think over time his hand will improve. If he finds Baranovici early on, it can be completely get out of control here.
But we see Socialist ramping quickly, up to 3 credits. Next turn, going to go up to 4 and then up to 6. Thanatron, as you say, goes for the light infantry, getting them up to the front line.
Yeah, he's just checking what is Socialist having in hand here. What are the answers? I've just sent one little guy. Look what the opponent is.
Yeah, this is when the Carpet Bomb, the Halifax, the Commonwealth, they all come down on this poor
on
wood
the-
infantry.
Yeah, exactly. And there's the Baranovici.
That is a really, really strong find. However, do you go for this now, or do you keep pushing up these light infantry?
So the fact is, you already have 1 token on board, and Baranovici itself is having Alpine. So if you play a second light infantry here, it's already a 3-3.
And this has Blitz.
This has Blitz from the deep operation, exactly. So you kind of force Socialist to just do a really strong removal tool here. Otherwise, he's just, I think, instantly losing the game.
Just going to spam out an extra token into the front line, play it a little bit more conservative.
Yeah, quite a considerable play here. You just wait. Next turn, you can play out 2 Baranovicis, and you have already 3 Alpine units on board then. So even stronger play possible next turn.
Yeah.
But the more you wait, look, it's already turn 7. The longer you wait, the more likely it is your opponent is having Monsoon Rod supply shortage and deletes your whole board. So at some point, you just keep the pace now. You don't go any further. You just keep the board and wait until your opponent just spends removal. Or you go all in exactly this turn. So it's kind of consideration how much risk you want to take here. And I think Thanatron is just taking the more conservative line, playing a little bit more. Yeah, he's having 2 more 503rd. You can just push out another one next turn, make them 3-3s. So I think it's really a reasonable play here.
There's also this unity of strength. If you find enough tokens or a second unity, you can potentially just kill Socialists in a single turn. So trying to get a lot of units out on board as quickly as you can, so that when you find this, you... Ooh. B24J, next turn, will suppress the tokens, returning them to 1/1s.
Yeah, and they don't have the token status any longer. So if Baranovici comes down and you play more light infantry, you will only get for 1 buff from the 1 Alpine unit that the Baranovici is.
They lose the light infantry tag.
they lose all techs here. They're no longer light infantry, I guess. Are they? I still no. I think that's stupid. I think they're still light infantry.
You're the tokens expert. I don't know what you told me this. I was like, oh wow, Spooz really knows tokens, and then 10 seconds later you're like,
I just pretended I know tokens.
Thanatron has a couple different lines this turn. Can go for the double light infantry. However, knowing that this B24J is available for Socialist, what do you do here? Everything you do gets blown out by this suppress.
Yeah,
I think you have to save the unity. You want to get as many units as you can. Yeah, get these units down. Yeah. And this way, the suppress does as little damage as possible. But Socialist, this is basically a monsoon combo. B24 plus supply shortage makes all these token 1/1s.
Yep, and you can clear everything besides the 2/5 guard. And then Thanatron is kind of in a difficult position here.
Very difficult position. And this bomber, it has got heavy armor. So it's going to be very difficult for Thanatron to actually kill it.
Socialist going for the draw first, but we definitely might see this combo. B24J into supply shortage. And then Thanatron is having a big problem, having no answer to the 7/5 bomber with heavy armor. Oh, man. Finds the M10 A1, but
not what you need in this situation. Not what you need in this situation.
You can get rid of the heavy armor. I think this is how it works, but it's not really helping you at all to kill it.
Yeah, I mean, maybe you play it down just so you have the body. Get rid of the heavy armor. You could also play it on the Pioneers. Get the Pioneers. Kill the Pioneers.
I think that's his biggest threat right now.
Yeah, the biggest threat is this 0-4.
Yeah.
So we see M10. Looks like it's going to come out. Remove the heavy armor, but doesn't worry about hitting it. Just goes face for 2, hoping to maybe close out the game with some sort of big token generator into a unity of strength.
Yeah, the problem with tokens, once you are in a position where your opponent is having bombers and artillery up, it's really hard to just come back. I'm not even sure what he can find here. Maybe a no surrender, but that only gives you 3 tokens with the Baranovici, but this bomber is causing a lot of problems. And Saxon in hand as well. And Socialist is having access to so much credit here. Credits?
And you tease me for my German.
Sorry.
Ooh, some really good cards here for Socialist. This Churchill, it's just such a strong card against tokens. Pushing them all back, putting lots of them back into hand, making them remove their buffs. Now, Thanatron in a really difficult situation. And it's looking like this B24J plus supply shortage combo, which I hadn't actually seen until right now, is really quite relevant to this matchup. Gonna produce some light infantry here for Thanatron. Finds a Halifax. I mean, I think you have to drop the Halifax here. If it hits face, Thanatron goes down to 5. You can finish them off next turn. If it hits one of these units, you don't mind either, it's cleared a unit. In fact, maybe you trade with the units on board and then play the Halifax. Guarantee it hits face. Put Thanatron down to 5. You've got the Lancaster in hand. Next turn, guaranteed lethal.
Oh, he just goes for the Lancaster this turn, increasing the cost of all cards in Thanatron's hand. I think I would have preferred your line there, just having the guaranteed damage, but this is also doing a lot against Thanatron. Everything just costs 1 more now. Light infantry, 2 credits for a 1/1. And you can only bring down 2 of them just because of this. Oh, he just top-decked the line of engagement. So
do you not want to play a token before playing the line of engagement so that the one in the front line gets +1/+1? You have a token on board already.
Is it like that?
Well, if you put a token down and then play line of engagement, because there's 1 more Alpine unit already on board.
Sure.
Play the Baronici, play a token, then play line of engagement.
You would have a user light infantry in the support in the front line.
Yeah, it'd be a 4/4 instead of a 3/3, which means the Glamour can't trade into it.
Yeah, maybe it's light.
However, Churchill in hand for Socialist, I don't think it would have made any difference. Because you play this Churchill, you send half of these cards back to hand, and then you hit face with the Lancaster and you increase their cost again. Brutal here. And Thanatron are going to be overdrawing with these cards in hand. That looks like it has sealed the deal here. And Socialist taking a 2-1 lead. So now Socialist, 1 more game to win the series. Thanatron still needs to win 2 more games. One of these will be with the tokens deck.
Yeah, this start for Thanatron was rough. Triple 500, what is it? 503rd motors.
Yeah.
It's not what you want to have in starting and when playing tokens. No reserves in hand, no line of engagement. Your opponent having all the answers in the world, supply shortage, that he had ramp, he had the B24J.
However, you know what one deck is left here for Socialist?
Oh, yes.
It is the Fighter OTK deck.
I think this is what just giving Thanatron hope here. He knows that Japanless is left. And my tokens, if I have a better starting hand, can easily outpace this. And I think
even with that slow starting hand, in that matchup, there's no mass suppress, there's no mass AoE. It's very difficult here for this fighter deck to come back. There is On the Ascent, which is really good if all the tokens have the same attack, which historically they often have done. But now that they have Alpine, they're going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, and they're not going to have the same attack anymore. So it's not as good as it was. You see Thanatron bringing the Brittany deck. Going to be difficult for Socialist to bring them down from this high HP threshold. However, Socialist does have a Dragon Slayer in hand, which could potentially get a lot of work done, especially if Thanatron... I mean, Thanatron has an answer, but if Thanatron uses this on something else, or this Dragon Slayer comes out, then a KI comes out, it could be very difficult here for Thanatron to deal with it.
And Socialist is kind of the perfect starting hand here. He found the ramp with the War Machine. He found the Scouting Party. So what I found this deck is lacking a lot is draw. And with Scouting Party, you guarantee yourself a 2-card draw once your Raccoons die.
And if there's a supply shortage, those Raccoons get hit twice. Oh my god, Socialist is going to be able to do credit denial. War Machine into Southern Plan. Are we just going to see a credit denial matchup?
Actually, we might do it. And
Blackwatch not coming out early because of this. Pioneers will soften the blow a little bit. However,
we might. You have to go Southern Plan here, right?
You've
What
got
else can you do? You can wait with the...
there you go.
You can wait with the Scouting Party. You have a full hand and you have playable cards. Just drop it and leave Thanatron with 3 credits this turn.
However, Pioneers does make it a little bit nicer. This 1 cost credit reduction on all your orders. As well as Bologna, it's all very well slowing down your opponent, but you do have to win the game still.
Yeah, Bologna's kind of a good find here. It just shuts down any potential blitz bombers just directly accessing your HQ. But we know that there's the rest in Socialist hand. A 0 credit order that can just suppress enemy units, and you can instantly remove the guard effect from Bologna. So Thanatron would be a good advice to just drop a second guard here on the left side of the HQ, so you don't get one of your guards shut down and then your HQ is no longer guarded.
Absolutely, it's really important to play around suppress when how you deploy your guards. We see Thanatron able to go for Lion for a day. However, there may be some logic to holding it back. You're on 25 HP, you have a guard down already. I'm curious if we're going to see it come out or if we're going to see Thanatron just take it a little bit slow. Yeah, goes for the Sincerely Yours, goes up to 33. And we found this deck from Socialist struggled to finish the game. So Socialist is going to need to really bring down Thanatron to 20 to 18 health to better close this out. So both players have a long way to go at the moment. Socialist needs to get a lot of damage done, whereas Thanatron needs to gain a lot of credits.
Yeah, and looking at Socialist hand, this is exactly the situation I was just talking about. You have the Scouting Party, sure, but other than that, sure, you have healing, you have a long-range recon, you have Sender, you have kind of stuff to do, but you're not applying any pressure. Thanatron is sitting here at 34 health, you have no air unit in hand, you have no direct damage, sure, you still have the Dragon Slayer, but I expect it to be removed whether by the honey or by the Lion for a day. Since he has 2 in hand, but I think he's just keeping them for more fighters that might come there. Warbans is a really good top deck here for Socialist, providing more credits on the credit count, plus 1 additional draw next turn. But
34 HP though, that's a lot of damage for you to combo down with fighters. It is possible. You need to not use the honor, because then you kill your fighters and you can no longer kill your opponent over multiple turns. It's going to have to be a 2 or 3 turn beatdown. However, Thanatron has like 4 answers in hand already.
Yeah, it absolutely is a Thanatron game here. He has all the cards he needs. He has another guard in the 7 Alpini. He's sitting at 34 health. He can just wait until turn 12, or if he has 12 credits, and just play the Commonwealth maybe. Although Socialist is having access to 2 long-range recons. So we kind of have to see. But Thanatron still in a good position here. He also has the co-belligerents.
Yeah.
That can just make one of the opponent units one of your own. You can just remove it from the board, shuffle it into your deck, and just, get yourself a Kicker, for example.
I mean, you can get yourself a Kika, a K83 is a strong find, but it's also just a removal piece. At the moment, it's just played at the Samurai. Okay, Socialist has to spend credits, or this Tony's going to auto-deploy.
Yeah, that's the problem with Tony, right?
Yeah, you have to spend credits, or this Tony is coming out on its own. You're going to have to do, like, suppress into Tony and start using it straight away, because you can't hold this back. You don't have an option. Tony is being forced out of your hand, and even if you play a bunch of credits this turn, it's still coming out the next turn after. It's going to have to come out very, very quickly, and, I mean, Thanatron has the answers to it already.
Socialist could just do Sendai and then push out the key 83 Hien.
I wonder if you want to save Sendai for a different guard, because duressing the Blackwatch could be such a powerful ability, just because this Blackwatch ability is so scary that maybe you want to Sendai like a 7th Alpini instead. However, getting rid of the healing from a 7th Alpini, again, really important.
Yeah, it's kind of...
We see duress being ran as a 2 of. I think after this, it's going to increase to a 3 of, and maybe even a 4 of with some players. But I don't think we're going to see this stay. And there we go. Socialist playing Island Defense. This should give Thanatron an idea that Socialist has A, Tony, or B, Emperor of the Sun. This 10k, draw cards equal to something's attack damage. These are the only reasons you'd be playing cards. I suppose a Commonwealth as well, but Thanatron's still a long way off a Commonwealth.
Yeah.
So Thanatron should be able to read the situation and work out that there's probably a Tony or an Empire of the Sun sitting in Socialist hand. Also nice to maybe save one as an Ultra Checker, because Ultra could be a problem.
Yep, absolutely could. Thanatron passing... No, not passing. He utilized the Black Watch on one of these recons. And another supply shortage.
I think Thanatron's red for Empire of the Sun. I think Thanatron's thinks there's an Empire of the Sun in Socialist decks. That's why he's hitting these recons. He's trying to draw Socialist cards, so Socialist can't go for this Empire of the Sun. But it's actually Tony, so Thanatron may be helping out Socialist a little bit with that. However, you have prevented one card draw. This, essentially, USA Winter Warfare with the 33rd recons.
Not
Very
hitting
nice.
the HQ, but all units there.
Yeah, and the draw is coming in.
Finds a draw and an honorable death from top of the deck with this draw from the 33rd. What to do with this? Blackwatch is like suppressed. You get rid of the honey. Just trying to find more options here. A Kicker is a good way to get rid of the 7 Alpini. This goes for Southern Plan, denying Thanatron one more credit slot here.
I mean, Thanatron may need to start clearing hand space soon, but there's plenty of good options. You can go for this attack in the colonies on the enemy HQ if you need to heal yourself up. You may as well move this Blackwatch up. It doesn't have guard anymore. There's no point holding it back. And I think we're going to see Socialist being forced to put on some damage soon. But 35 HP. You can realistically get your opponent out of Commonwealth range, but ending the game is a little bit less realistic.
Yeah, we might see a match here that goes into fatigue actually. Like, how are both players just winning here? Just delaying tactic, just pushing everything back.
I mean, there are some cards in Thanatron's deck, like the Commonwealth, but also we have the Wellington in here, we've got the Churchill in here, we've got...
This was a delaying tactics by Thanatron, so he just pushed back the 7 Alpini and it's no longer guarding the HQ?
That is unfortunate. Trying to clear hand space, I'd have rather played the delaying tactics first.
Yeah.
That may have been a misplay. It may have been a small blunder, a little bit of the nerves.
Might have been. So there's a chance for Socialist, and he even top decked the Burst of Fire
But
Good
with
for
no-
Thanatron here. No,
No bolster.
no bolster in hand. Otherwise, this could have been a crucial misplay here, or crucial situation for Thanatron.
Socialist looks a little bit confused, trying to work out if there's something going on. Is there an ultra? Or what is happening?
Why would he push it back his own units? I mean, was it even necessary? He said 8 cards now, so he had 9.
I think he just wanted to clear it in general and just made a slight blunder. But now line for a day. Or co-belligerents, shuffle the Kika into your deck.
As we said earlier, right?
Yeah.
It's probably the best unit you can get.
Yoink, I'll have that. Thank you.
That's mine. No, that's also helping Thanatron to enable
But
his own
there's the
Commonwealths.
Shiden, the next best option.
Absolutely isn't. We might just
But this HQ is guarded once again.
finally for Thanatron. So not an option here for Socialist to remove the guard right now. Sure, he has Sendai, but then he can only attack once with the Shiden. Not really what you want to do.
Sendai will also get removed by attacking the colonies. 3 damage, perfect for sniping out a Sendai, healing yourself up a little bit and getting your guard back. It's a really difficult situation for Socialist.
He has one more long range, not wrong lane. What is going on with my
You
tongue
alright?
today? Kind of.
What did you have for breakfast? Yeah.
It must have been something wrong. I might switch it up tomorrow. Long range recon in hand here, so he can provide a little bit more healing to his HQ. But that kicker that is potentially in Thanatron's deck there, and
Tony's coming out. Tony's forced.
Tony's coming out. Is Thanatron expecting it?
But on
Should
31 HP, doesn't matter if he's expecting
It doesn't
or
matter,
not.
and your HQ is even guarded up. Oh, don't play. I mean, you kind of need to clear hand space.
Yeah, you've got Carpet Bomb, you're alright.
Oh yeah, he just threw his carpet.
No, you've got Carpet Bomb. Here comes the
Tony. What can you do with it if you're Socialist here? Sure, you have the Burst of Fire, can bring it up to 6, but one
You've got
attack into the
honor
Alpini.
as well. You can bring it up to
Oh yeah, he
to
also has
10
Anna.
attack, but 36 HP here for Thanatron. That's not enough. And there's only 1 honor in Socialist deck, so once this honor is gone, there is no more honor. However, looks like Socialist. You don't have the credits for that. That's a 10 credit combo.
You can only...
Socialist,
Wait, you can only attack once then?
you can only attack once.
Sure, it's
Oh,
1 more
no.
damage with the Burst of Fire, and he has a second one in deck.
That's got to be a blunder. That's got to be. There's no... This game feels over, I'm going to be honest. This game feels very over. I don't like to call games before they're done, because crazy things can happen. But I do not see how Socialist can win this.
What is he having left? He only has that Hien left, right?
The
Shiden is gone,
the
Kika is
Shiden's
gone,
in
Tony
hand.
is gone.
Shiden's in hand.
Oh, Shiden is still in hand. I thought it got removed, but he did not play it by now.
I don't see how you can do 27 damage, and I don't see Thanatron's HP staying at 27.
So yesterday I found it hard to deal 20 damage, and 1 Burst of Fire is already gone.
1 burst
Honor
of
is
fire.
gone.
The honor is gone. There is still bolster. However, the guard has come back.
There is a fresh 7 Alpini protecting the HQ.
Wellington can come out next turn as well.
There's
There's the bolster. A little bit too late.
Also the Schmaltzer on the Shiden is still an 8-8 fighter with 0 operation cost and fury. But if you attack into Alpini, your opponent's just healing for 4. And then you attack with it, so you're basically just dealing
And
4
then it just
damage.
gets line for a date.
Yeah.
What,
so
what does a 7/7 Fury do for you here? Not enough.
not enough.
And Socialist trying to figure out, how do I get out of this situation? Well, Thanatron also trying to figure out, how does Socialist get out of the situation? They both are looking at the same thing, but wanting very different results.
Socialist thinking. He just spent a lot of removal. He played 1 Sendai already. He's probably going for the healing here, right? What else can he do? Supply priorities
I
to
mean,
get
this
rid of the
kills-
honey.
This kills the honey.
Something. And then he just goes for bolster. Yeah. Hoping that the ambush on the Shiden just makes it survive. But we know that is not going to happen with Thanatron having access to 2 line 4 days, I guess.
2 line for a days, a Wellington, so you could attack with Blackwatch and Wellington, a naval engagement.
Oh yeah.
There is more stuff to take this out than Thanatron needs. And I said this Brittany deck is scary, and this is why. There's so much HP and so many guards and things. It's so difficult to deal with.
There comes the Wellington. Socialist not looking too happy how this match went so far. Another honorable. Can just buy himself some time here. Do you utilize the 33rd with an honorable just to find draw, or do you just deploy it and hope to get draw from the 33rd on his own?
I'm going to be honest, I don't think it matters.
Do you utilize Hien here, get rid of the Wellington?
I mean,
I kind of agree, right? At this point, I think this match is over. This is one of the last fighters Socialist has access to. So I really don't see how he ever deals 24 damage here. And as I
just
said, this deck
naval.
is... He's not having like a land lease now that he can
Yeah.
top deck and refill his hand. It's only Scouting Party that gives you draw.
The rotation of mobilization, the 5k draw 3, that was really, really detrimental to this fighter OTK deck.
Not just that, also with this rotation, we got Japan got rid of the 61st the guard, 4/4 guard that draws you a card on destruction. That also provided a lot in just cycling through your deck and protecting your HQ. And this ASW is not really what you need if you're a Socialist here.
No, ran out of cards, ran out of damage, ran out of pretty much everything, which is unfortunate here for Socialist. The tokens deck might be a little bit easier. There are a few guards available for Thanatron, but there's not healing. This Socialist's fighter deck versus Thanatron's token deck is going to be pretty much a race to who can kill who first. I doubt there'll be too much interaction between the two players.
Yeah, most important part in that matchup is the supply priorities for Socialist to get rid of the early tokens. Other than that, he's not having good AoE. So, yeah, it just depends if Thanatron can find tokens in the starting hand, actually, and not just...
Also, if Socialist gets War Machine into Plan West again.
Southern Plan, yeah.
Southern Plan. Wrong plan, that's the Polish plan.
Yeah, so many plans. The only guys without a plan are we two.
Yeah.
Yeah. The HQ got it up again. Thanatron all the time in the world here to find the Commonwealth, and
Just drop a church here, that sets up lethal.
there is two less men in Socialist deck, right? So I think you don't want to go too wide here with your important units.
All in on board. All in.
Never.
You see Wrath coming down. Sendai and ASW. Socialist can start to clear this board a little bit. However, there's nothing really they can draw for it to make much difference.
Yeah, not really. There's so many bad draws here. If he draws a burst of fire, this is really bad. There are not too many good draws here. And Thanatron with triple supply shortage, also running a little bit out of stuff, but Socialist providing him with more draw.
I mean, what I really want to see, and this might just me, I really want to see Kika from Thanatron.
Absolutely. Kill your opponent with his own weapons.
Exactly.
This would be, yeah, kind of a highlight moment already in this.
I mean, we've had a
World
Bismarck
Championship.
kill. We've had a Bismarck kill. Now we need a stolen Kika kill.
Come on. KARDS, make it happen. Find the
Hearing
kicker.
hand. Finds a honey and
No
another.
kicker.
Believe this is the air landing.
So, Blackwatch setting Socialist here to 7. I think you want to...
Churchill threatens lethal. It forces Socialist to react.
Oh my!
Empire of the
I
Sun.
forgot about Empire as a draw engine. This is the best top deck you can find. It gives you 5-card draw, but what do you draw? Let's see. I think there are not too many fighters left. One
Into
Hien
the
is
last
left.
man.
One Hien is left.
There's
There
the
it is.
Hien.
There's the Hien.
But how are you going to get 24 damage out of this? You're not.
With a miracle, but I'm not sure how this is looking.
Are you ready for the Kika top deck?
Wait for it. No,
Oh.
Sexton, but no Kika yet.
And fatigue is also quickly
Yeah.
coming for Socialist.
If you're
Commonwealth
Thanatron
available
here,
for Thanatron.
you know that there's only one Hien left that can kill you. Dragon Slayer was already played, right?
Yep.
That just got removed. So there's absolutely nothing left in the deck there for Socialist. And there is a consideration to just play supply shortage on the 33rd to increase the fatigue pressure on Socialist.
Yeah, I mean, there's not really anything left for Socialist to do. Maybe on the Ascent, steal something off Thanatron. However, the lowest attack unit on board at the moment is a 0-4.
There's a burst of fire.
However, that's not enough damage.
Not
And
quite. Without a bolster, it's not even close to enough damage. It's only
Lethal is threatened on board, but if you go for this to the last man, then Thanatron can just start going all in on board and not have to worry about anything.
Socialist still looking for the draw here.
I mean, there is a bolster left in the deck, but bolster,
Hian.
thank you. Bolster, Hian, Burst of Fire isn't enough for lethal.
Brings into the
However,
last 40 feet.
yeah, if you can on the Ascent, like your Kika back or something, I suppose it is technically possible. Maybe less so now.
Bombing rate. So Socialist waiting for the bolster, what to do with it?
I mean,
Your opponent's sitting at 31.
you need to beat down over multiple turns to win this. However, Thanatron, Monsoon supply shortage combo in hand, as well as Lion for a day. It feels like it's been written in the stars already, and now we're just waiting.
We're just waiting. This is the Thanatron winning waiting room.
Exactly.
Welcome to this, guys. And also, thank you for everyone that tuned in by now. I hope you're enjoying the show. Match number 2 here, Socialist versus Thanatron, where we very likely will have a match number 5.
Yes, which we expect will be tokens against Japan Fighter OTK, and very much a racing match to see who can kill who first, who can hit who quicker.
Can you just imagine we just missed something and Socialist is suddenly winning now and we're just looking really stupid?
I think I'd run away.
We're just leaving.
We just leave. We just run away, and that's that.
We swim home.
I mean, it's still technically possible. On the Ascent on Kika, I suppose makes it possible over a couple turns.
But Kika's just killing you right now, right? I think he played 2 of the long-range recons, which is all
Yeah,
copies.
you make a good point. Sorry, let me rephrase this. Socialist needs to on the Ascend a Kika, which Thanatron plays and doesn't attack with.
Okay. What do you think, how likely it is that this is going to happen?
It's possible.
Oh, I'm also stupid. It's not long-range recon, it's island defense that he played. And he already played 2 copies of it. So no more healing accessible for Socialist here.
Steals the air landing.
It has Fury, so there's a chance.
There's a chance.
This is killing Thanatron over 15 turns. There is a chance. It's not that likely, but...
I think in 15
Oh,
turns...
the Kika! The
Oh, the
Kika!
Kika!
We got it!
Oh, yes, the Kika coming in from Brittany. Brittany Kika ending the game. That's a first. We've seen a Bismarck kill. We've seen a stolen Kika kill. What's left?
I've seen everything in my life now.
A Halifax kill? Do we need to see Halifax combo killed?
Halifax OTK?
Oh,
Is this coming?
don't give them ideas, please.
Oh my god, this must feel really great for Thanatron here. He had this match in the pocket and he had control over it the whole time. I think there was not really a point where Socialist was really threatening lethal there. That one situation where Thanatron did a little oopsie and just played delaying tactics and the HQ was
Bounced
not
his
guarded.
own
That was a
units.
really kind of risky situation, but other than that it was just...
Yeah, luckily not punished by that. I mean, it would have been a far worse mistake if he wasn't sitting on like 30 HP.
Yeah, absolutely. And we just seen Kika taking out Socialist. Can you imagine the feeling? How do we feel if it's Socialist here? But this will be
Betrayed.
the deciding match.
This
We will
be.
know who will be the opponent for J King tomorrow in the upper bracket and who will play a second match today in the lower bracket against Leo.
Thanatron having a strong opener with the Red Devils, the Deep Operation, the Reserves, and the Motors. Keeping all of it. Socialist also having a relatively nice hand. You've got this 33rd Recon. You've also got the War Machine to help you ramp out a little bit. And then you do actually have Raiding Brigade, which, for all intents and purposes, is a 4-drop. So, you know, ramp going for 4-drop. Curve out very nicely. Thanatron looks like wants to get this Red Devils to the front line.
Yeah, the only downside with this, you might give your opponent 2 draws out of the 33rd, but Socialist is going to ramp this turn anyways. And what Thanatron is really looking forward here is to find maybe Unity as strength. And if you can buff the Red Devils with this early on, this could be really, really strong.
I think you keep this token back,
Yeah.
right? Ooh.
Usually I'd say you would, because otherwise you give your opponent just a really good chance to trade a 33rd into it.
Yeah, possibly a slight mistake here with the scouting party. You want to keep these tokens back until they have to attack, as this blocks draw for Socialist here.
And that's a lot of potential draw for Socialist. And as you said, this token deck is not running any healing. So once Socialist has enough credits and can turn after turn blitz out these fighters, it could become really problematic for Thanatron here.
Thanatron thinking about putting another token into the front line, offering even more draw here for Socialist. However, if you're able to get enough tokens on the board and find a Unity, it won't matter how big Socialist's hand is, as you'll just end the game.
If I remember correctly, Thanatron just said he's not too experienced in playing tokens.
Yes.
And he just needed to find another Soviet deck, and I think he just thought token looks good. And it might just be the experience that just, yeah, maybe bites him a little bit back here. And
I mean, it's possible if Thanatron can find a way through this match, we may see him practicing tokens tonight. You know, try and scratch up on that.
If I look at Thanatron's face, and there's a little bit of a sign that he's just regretting bringing tokens to this, kind of.
You reckon?
Yeah, kind of. I think he's a little bit... He's not looking too happy about his hand and how this thing is going, providing a lot of draw to Socialist here with the 33rd. Socialist increasing the credit count here.
I mean,
Found the bolster.
This Sheet and Bolster combo is potentially coming out soon here.
And Thanatron is not having any answers against that. This is not looking good for Thanatron, but really good for Socialist. Those 33rd, they did a really great job in providing card draw.
However, if they survive on board for this turn, if Socialist doesn't kill them all, there's the potential for a big buy the sword here. 4k draw 3. It just depends if Socialist leaves the units available on board. There are some good options as well in Socialist's hand. You've got the Raiding Brigade, you've got another recon unit. If you can kill all your units with one attack, preferably trade them into this Red Devils. I know that sounds really weird. Maybe use Raiding Brigade on the Red Devils, but if you get rid of this Red Devils, all these tokens are now potentially dying to On the Ascend.
That's a good point, yeah.
So you got to get rid of your recons, you got to get rid of that Red Devils, and you need to do it quickly, because the longer you wait, the more likely it is that Thanatron is going to buff up these tokens.
Getting rid of 2 tokens here, very likely, ignoring the Red Devils. He goes.
I mean, there's risk for overdraw here, if you're Socialist.
Do you care? You have a lot of combo tools already in your hand.
That's
you have
true.
Burst of Fire that you just found. You have the bolster. Wait, you can just go Shiden bolster next turn for 14 damage, and then you just...
But there's a guard.
Oh, there's a guard. I just
still,
saw the guard.
a lot of damage. By the sword coming out. Only drawing 2. No great options at the moment here for Thanatron. Wants to push up the guard to stop these recon generating more draw. Overdraws the Kika.
That's
However,
a huge one.
Shiden and Heian available in hand. And we may just see... If you
Thanatron
go...
also just pushed up the guard.
Well,
so
hold on. If you go Heian, you can hit...
Oh, you can't even
Thanatron
play the
down.
bolster now. He's not having enough credits. We're stupid. He was at 8, so he can't play Shiden
Well,
and the bolster.
I didn't say he should do that.
Then I'm stupid.
Yeah,
okay?
don't say we're stupid. Don't rope me in.
Okay, I'm stupid. You're smart.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
But there's the potential for Socialists to start chipping away at Thanatron's HP and set up lethal with like this bombing raid. Next turn we can see this Heian come down, go for a bolster and a burst of fire, and this is going to put Thanatron down to 2 HP.
Socialist only going for the Warbans here. He might overdraw another card, because now he's drawing 2 next turn, but I think he doesn't care too much.
You can go Baronichi and put up some Alpine light infantry into the front line. I think if you're Thanatron, your main way of winning this game is just by killing Socialist in like 1 or 2 turns from now.
Yeah. So Thanatron really needs to speed up. I think he only has the next turn, then he might be dead already if he's not finding a guard, because this Shiden bolster looks really strong to me.
I mean, what do you need here if you're Thanatron 20?
I'm just wondering if you even go Shiden bolster. You can just go Shiden.
Or just go Hien bolster with Burst of Fire.
Sure. A lot of options here. How is Socialist attempting this? He's going Hien, bolster, Burst of Fire. And look at Thanatron's face. He's not too happy about what is happening. And he's...
There's 2 problems here for Thanatron. One problem is he's on 2 health. The other problem is there's a 9/7 with 0 up cost.
Oh, and another bolster. Oh my
no.
god.
That is...
Finds a guard.
Mortars. But
Doesn't matter.
you can go Mortars, we can do it. But that's not enough because of this Hien. Oh no, it is enough. The +1/+1. Go for the we can do it. Trade the tokens into the Hien. You're on 5 HP. But then Shiden Bolster comes out and closes the game out, right?
Yes. No, the motors have 8 health.
The motors have 8 health.
You just go bombing raid? No, you can't go
Bombing raid isn't enough.
Wait, is he having enough credits? He has 12.
Thanatron's hit face! Oh no.
What is going on in this
Spooz, you know what this means? This is Socialist 3-2.
And we saw this fighter deck actually winning a game.
And Socialist advances forward. So I believe play against J King. Thanatron now knocked down. Gonna match up against Leo. But you will see that on the bracket in a moment.
We will see him again against Leo, as you just mentioned. In a few minutes, I think we will just give it back to Christo on the host desk. And then...
I think Starry might be doing a little bit of interviewing.
And
but I mean, this matchup, the Japan deck, all this smack we talked. And
I mean,
and
we have to say that Thanatron was really unfortunate with the tokens. I mean, this time he had a way better starting hand with the Red Devils and with the light infantry in hand. I'm not really sure what he could have done differently there. Maybe not pushing up the single 1/1s and providing a lot of draw for Socialists and just giving him the chance to get a 2-for-1 with the recons. That was maybe one slight mistake. Just hold them in the back line and just deploy a 500 third and then Jin just push them up.
I do think holding these back and trying to buff them before pushing them up would have made the matchup a lot easier. We saw how many cards Socialists had in hand. It was so easy to find the tools to find the lethal.
Yeah.
If you don't have as many cards here, if you're Socialist, maybe the bombing rate's a little bit further down, you don't have access to everything you need, and you're just a little bit more uncomfortable. There's also the possibility that if Socialist doesn't have this huge hand size and can't see that lethal is a line over the next couple turns, maybe he uses bombing rate to try and clear units on board. Maybe he uses cards differently.
Yeah.
Because he knows, okay, I've got bombing rate to finish off the game, you go for this bolster, burst of fire, put Thanatron down to 2. I don't know if you do that if you're not got this guarantee. But I think that's enough from us for now. We will be with you later, and it's to Christo on the desk.
Huge win there by Socialist, going on to face J King tomorrow. We're going to see more of Thanatron in just a moment, where he competes for his tournament life here in this double elimination format. I'm joined once again by Berto and Starry. Berto, I wanted to start with you because during the previous segment, we kind of chatted a little bit about Jet Prototype and the ability to play like Duress or anything like that to suppress a unit. First game, jump right into it. What wins Socialist the game? But essentially those 2 cards. Is this becoming a trend here, you think, over this weekend?
It might be, which could be difficult for J King if he's the only one not bringing this deck. Maybe this is turning out to be one of the next meta decks, the deck to beat. Or, maybe J King is right. It's overperforming a little bit early on. I have a very difficult time telling so far.
It's going to be interesting as well because we know J King likes to prepare, and we know J King has probably thought of that scenario. So I want to believe that he's not going to be surprised when we have that coming up. But once again, we're going to get to our player interview. We're going to have Socialist joining us in just a moment. But I was able to catch up with him yesterday to get some initial thoughts. And so this is our first time seeing Winter War in a tournament event, and it happens to be the World Championships. Overall, what are your thoughts on the expansion?
This expansion brings a lot of new cards and also card shuffle into reserve pool. So it's changed the environment a lot. And I think we will have seen something new in this competition. My favorite card in the new expansion is Take Liberty, the Japan card, and it can change the game, like your opponent maybe just builds some more cards in their hands, and you are a grow deck, and you play like all your resources out, and then Take Liberty will build your advantages again.
We are back once again with the winner of our second game, Socialist. Starry, take it away for the player interview.
Hi, Socialist. Hi. Congratulations on your win. Are you relieved to be done playing for the day?
Yeah, I feel pretty relaxed now.
I'm sure. So you brought a one-turn kill deck with Tony and some other fighters, Shiden, stuff like that. What made you decide to bring that deck?
What made me to bring the Japan fighter deck is we test a lot in the test server and found that the Jaggro isn't that strong in this current meta. So Jaggro lost a lot of cards in the new expansion. Mm-hmm. So this makes me think that I should bring a different matchup and try to do some other thing with Japan, like countering some other decks. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and so you banned Jaggro and Frontline, Japan and US. Was that because you wanted to buy yourself time, to have time against some control matchups instead of having to fight against these aggressive decks?
Yeah, that's pretty the reason for my banning Japan and Germany. You can see that I bring lots of war machine with America, so it's really need time to build up your advantages in credit.
Mm-hmm. So what did you think your hardest matchup was going to be?
I still think my hardest matchup will be against the aggro decks.
Yeah. Do you think that tokens was the hardest deck to beat?
Probably is, but you can see in the match that I beat the tokens like 3 times. So I think his token decks is not that good as I prepared.
All right. Well, congratulations again. I hope that you're happy that you won't have to play again until tomorrow. But you did an excellent job. So congratulations, and I hope you have a great rest of your day.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
Thank you, Starry. Thank you, Socialist. Let's go ahead and dive into the bracket here to see what we've got lined up for our last match of the day. So there you see it. You've got J King versus Socialist. That'll be our first semifinal we're going to have going on tomorrow. You will not want to miss that. In our last match of the day, we've got Leo against Thanatron. Both these players playing for their tournament lives. The loser will end up wrapping up their event, and they will go home with a $1,200 prize pool. The winner will go on tomorrow to face the loser of J King and Socialist. So lots more cards to play. We do have one more matchup for you here. But before we get into that, I'm welcoming back Bubbles and Spooz. Awesome series, went to 5 games. Both players played phenomenally well. Spooz, I want to start with you because we chatted a little bit about this Japan deck, and I know you and Bubbles kind of covered it a bit as well. Wasn't sure how it would close out the game. We saw the challenge in game 4, very similar. Like, hey, I've used every tool I have to do damage, and it's all gone. And now how do I win? And it seems like in game 5, Socialist was able to bring that back. Any thoughts now that you've seen the deck in action?
I mean, this was actually maybe the best matchup this deck can get. Like, you have a deck that has barely any guards, is barely any healing. So it was a kind of optimal play. And then with this 33rd, as I said in the opening, this deck is lacking draw. But with these recons, attacking into 1/1s and you get multiple draws out of it, it just helps Socialist so much to develop a wide variety of options. And he found a lot of fighters. He found two bolsters. He found the burst of fire. It was everything he needed. He just needed time. He just needed to remove some tokens, control the board a little bit, and wait for his time. And then it was just time to burst out these big airplanes. And without any healing, it was just an easy match for him.
And Bubbles, on the other side of things, we're talking about tokens a little bit. Seemed to be okay in that last game. Seemed like Thanatron had some of the tools that was necessary. However, wasn't able to close the deal on any of the games he played with them, really. Do you think it's a challenge with the deck? Do you think it was bad matchups? Kind of where do you feel like this token deck falls?
I think in the deck against Brit USA, there was this sort of pseudo monsoon supply shortage combo, which we saw from the B24J. Now, whether this is something that had been planned for when putting B24J as an option through production order in the deck, I couldn't possibly say. But this turned out to be a really, really powerful option. And I'm confident saying if it wasn't for this B24J, there were 4 tokens and a 5/3 mortars in the front line. That was a game-changing situation. And I think that could have gone Thanatron's way if there wasn't this option here. As for the OTK versus tokens matchup, this is always just going to be a straight race. Who can find their pieces first and who can afford to play them first? I think Thanatron was mildly careless with how he played with these tokens, putting them into the front line. Now, you do have this Red Devils in the front line, so perhaps he's thinking they're going to draw off the Red Devils anyway, may as well get them up there. But, you know, this is surviving when it gets attacked, and it's costing 2 credits a pop to do so. So maybe a little bit not as cautious as he should have been with moving up these tokens. But then also all this draw with, like Spooz said, you got the 2 bolsters, you've got all these blitz fighters, you've got this burst of fire. Socialist simply found what they needed and was able to play it quicker than Thanatron was. And for me, this tokens versus OTK matchup is just a straight race.
And we saw the race, we saw who won the race, and we're going to see Thanatron again in just a moment. Now, Bubbles, let's continue on this conversation here where, you know, Thanatron just lost the series, gets a quick moment to kind of brush it off and gets dropped right back into it. And again, this is a little bit different than when you're at home in the comfort of your own home, get up, go to the washroom, get some water, go outside, clear your head. Now it's like, all right, you're on set, you're here, you got to stick around, not in the most comfortable places, and you're right back in the game. So how do you kind of reset your head when you're in a different environment like this?
I mean, it's a really difficult thing to do, and this is one of the qualities which defines great ladder players and great tournament players, is understanding how to play when under pressure and when you're up against the wall, and just knowing how to feel comfortable in these situations. Thanatron has seen a fair amount of success in non-ladder-based tournaments. We saw Corn Guy as well, who's here with Thanatron supporting him, seeing a lot of success in the opens, and these opens are a good environment because you're up against the pressure a lot, you're under a lot of stress. So I do think Thanatron has the ability in himself, as well as the support from Korn, to calm down, reset. I'm in a tournament setting, I just need to stay calm. Just because he's not one of these players that only ever sees success on ladder. His success has actually been more tournament-based than ladder-based. And we saw that in the World Qualifiers, battling his way through. There would have been countless times where Thanatron's saying to himself, if I lose this, I'm out. If I lose this, I'm out. There's no way I can win this. And every time, he would have overcome it. So I feel like that's trained him, that's hardened him, and I believe he has the mental resolve to reset himself and get back in it. The difficult part is going to be if this series against Leo starts going poorly, not losing yourself. That's the hard part. Not letting yourself get tilted and just remaining calm until you're done. And once you're done, you can smash up some cameras on set, shout at some people. At that point, you're already, you've already lost.
What more is there to lose at that point? Only your dignity. So Spooz, you were kind of nodding along there. Obviously playing against Leo, not an easy task at all. How do you see this next kind of matchup shaping up based on the fact that, both these players are playing for their lives here? Loser walks away with, still $1,200, nothing to shake a stick at, but there's so much more on the line than that.
Sure, there's a lot of pressure, but we just spoke about Thanatron earlier, that he's just seeing this as a nice experience. But I think deep inside, you still have the hope, I'm taking this one home, and he wants to do as well as possible. I think the most important part is for the next series against Leo is just forget what happened in the last one. If you still have access to the token deck, just know how strong it can be. Just forget that you just lost 3 times with it. Be confident, and even if you have a bad starting hand, try to make the best out of it, and don't just put in your mind, okay, I'm in a losing position again, because your opponent can even have a worse starting hand. And I think a match is over when it's over, and you really have to focus and do the best out of your cards in hand, and the rest is just, whatever destiny is just hoping you're having.
And we've seen it time and time again, right? Even players who are in dire situations, you don't go ahead and forfeit. You wait, you hang out, you see what you can draw, you see what can happen, and try and make the most of it, especially when you're literally playing for your tournament life here at the World Championships. So we're going to get into our final matchup of the day. We're going to see Leo take on Thanatron. Winner moves on to tomorrow. Loser goes home and ends their chance to become 2023 KARDS World Champion.
Thank you, Christo. So we are moving on to our next matchup here, and this next match is going to decide who stays for tomorrow and whose tournament run has come to an end. So this is kind of it. What do you think, Berto?
Well, I think we're going to get some incredible games between these two players.
Absolutely.
That's the one certainty we have going into this.
Yeah. But do you have a favorite going into this match?
I'm not sure. It's so hard when there's 5 decks to consider from each player, how to look at matchups and how to take into consideration the odds of who's going to bring what first, and all these different matrices almost connecting the 2 points, as your math. And I do not have the hubris even to say that I could predict who's going to come out on top.
Yeah, it's all right. So we're going to take a look at the decks. First up, we have Leo, and we saw Leo earlier. Leo's first deck is a Germany-US Jet prototype, mid-range, has the ability to OTK near the end if you can get your opponent low enough. But it's the only odd cost card is Nashib, and otherwise it is using effects like Duress and 1 copy of Sudden Strike to control the early game, try and get some damage through, maybe with those 64th Panzer Grenadiers and Panzer 35Ts, and then ramp into your Comet, your Jet prototype, and even your Bismarck if you can get it off, as we saw earlier today. The next deck is a Soviet Britain control list that plays a push OTK finisher. You can use Observer Corps to reduce the cost of Great Patriotic War to 4 credits, and then use 1 copy of Red Dawn in addition to 2 copies of Push, to deal way more than 12 to your opponent. Which is all they will be at after the Great Patriotic War. But other than that, just plays a pretty standard Soviet Britain anti-aggro control shell, because all you have to do is stop your opponent from winning, and you have a lot of inevitability. Excuse me. Then next up, we have a Japan-Soviet Tsuruga Regiment Jagro/OTK list. It's playing 4 copies of Final Push, 3 copies of Honor, and otherwise just playing these standard Jagro low-cost units to get damage through before buffing up a large Tsuruga regiment, and then putting the Honor, the Final Push on it, and hopefully dealing crazy amounts of damage to your opponent. We saw earlier today that it dealt 14 damage. We'll see if this deck performs better than it did earlier, but It absolutely gets up to crazy amounts of damage. Next, we have a Britain-Soviet anti-aggro list that relies on Commonwealth as the primary win condition, but is playing a lot of guards, and a lot of guards that we haven't seen in a while. For example, Green Howards and 4 copies of Glamour Boys. And I really like the inclusion of Entrenched. Entrenched is a super cool new card that combos really well with these guard units as a potential secondary win condition, you know, if you don't think you're getting through with Commonwealth, or can just be used to take out important units in the front line. And then lastly, we have the classic, the US-Germany frontline list. It, of course, is playing all the usual suspects in addition to a couple of important new cards. For example, 20th Panzer Grenadier is super strong. I don't. Was it you that referred to it as the Sherman, Berto?
The German Sherman? Yeah.
Yeah, it generates a lot of value, but also is quite aggressive as it has Blitz. The Panzer that it generates has Blitz. And Leo is playing M10 as kind of a replacement for Half Track. But yeah, this deck otherwise is really standard and a really, really difficult deck to beat.
Right. And if we move on to Thanatron's decks here, he also has this even-costed jet prototype list. And very similar. It might be exactly the same decks, so I'll just brush past it and move on to this Britain-Italy deck, which we saw tons of potential for healing, great inevitability in the late game with co-belligerents, but are you able to survive early enough to get there? And, you know, there's a really good chance you can with things like these early guards, with Bologna regiments, with supply shortage. It puts up a lot of issues for aggro as well. And then we have the Soviet tokens, which has really had a resurgence, especially on ladder, with line of engagement and the Beryovich. It really just being incredibly powerful tools. And we have we have U.S. frontline with Germany minor, not running any of the German Shermans, which I find really strange. That card is so crazy to get 2 cards and a body. That's why I call it the German Sherman. And it has Blitz, operates for less than the Sherman. I'm quite surprised to see that. But, you know, old habits die hard, and there's so many cards you want in this deck right now. And finally, we have Japan-Germany Jagro with a single copy of the swag. So we'll see if that comes in clutch. I've seen a single swag absolutely take over games.
All right, and after that, we're going to send it back down to our analysts. Oh, actually, no, we are the analysts. But yeah, so what do you think about this 64th Panzer Grenadiers in frontline?
I think it's really close. I don't quite think it makes the cut, just because if you're not able to get it out really early, or you don't have other ways to protect it, I feel like it's pretty vulnerable to just ending up being a 2-3 with Blitz. But, you know, when it does go off, geez, does it go off, right? So I absolutely understand doing that. I understand that having a must-kill target is also really valuable in itself, even when it does get killed. If you, for example, force your opponent's push oak DK to use a Red Dawn on turn 2 or turn 3 so that their combo might be delayed because they can't let you have those 3 extra credits so early in the game, it's definitely a really powerful card.
Yeah, I think that there's a lot to be said about the having to take it out, right? The fact that it draws away attention from, you know, other things that might be really important to take out is what part of what makes the card strong. And we've seen it, like, for example, J. King, although he didn't get a chance to bring it, was playing it in a Germany-Soviet list with War Production,
Yeah.
looking to play it early. But you know, kind of like stack this War Production into 64th Panzer Grenadiers into, like, you know, play whatever high cost stuff you want on turn 2. And we're coming in with the bans here. Leo is getting the Britain and Soviet lists banned, while Thanatron is getting the Britain and Germany lists banned. So that leaves Leo with the Jet Prototype, Frontline, and the Tsurugo OTK. And Thanatron is going to have Frontline tokens and Jagro. Berto, it seems to me like both players kind of banned the controlier decks. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, it's really hard to play in into a lot of these control decks when they have things like supply shortage, things like sickles, especially when you're running decks like tokens that can really be blown out by that sort of thing. Thanatron looks like he's going to have a more powerful start here than last time we saw his tokens, because he does have 2 lines of engagement.
And it looks like Leo has a potentially really strong start, but so Leo's probably going to play the 64th Panzer Grenadier, but that's going to give Thanatron the ability to get the front line with this lines of engagement, and Leo isn't going to get the chance to turn 3 push up the 64th Panzer Grenadiers, and it's looking a lot less effective than we've seen it in some matchups, right?
Yeah, and I really find the Panzer Grenadiers maybe even a little bit strange in this deck, just because when you don't have 1-drops that are contesting the front line early, it makes it even more difficult to get that veteran ability to go off.
Yeah, I am kind of worried for Leo's ability to contest the WWII, because on one hand, yes, you can duress it, but that's potentially after some other light infantry come out, and if you duress it, then you're not going to have the ability to duress the 503rd motors, and you could be in a situation where your jet prototype can't get through to deal that damage to the HQ that you need, because it's going to be very difficult for Leo to contest the front line in this game.
I would love to see just this M10 slammed down from Thanatron, get that 4 operation cost 5th Rangers in the back line.
Yeah, that could be really strong. Additionally, Thanatron could play either lines of engagement or deep operation too. Oh, that's sorry. The WWII is suppressed. My bad. So yeah, I mean, there's definitely a really solid argument that suppressing the 5th Rangers could be a pretty big tempo swing for Thanatron.
Yeah, it's almost a little bit like killing the unit, for a long while at least, because to spend 4 credits on that unit, you're not going to want to do that for quite a long time.
And there it is, the German Sherman. It is... So Leo has this huge support line that is going to be able to take out anything that Thanatron puts into the front line. But on the other hand, Thanatron has deep operation as well as 2 copies of frontal assault. So if Thanatron can get some tokens online, they're going to be hitting the front line. They're going to be hitting the front line as 2 3s, potentially even 3 5s. So if Thanatron can get them up to 3 5s, it doesn't matter what's in Leo's support line. Nothing can really trade effectively into them.
What's going through my mind right now is that I feel like maybe Thanatron missed a few opportunities to work with his backline and not move all of his tokens up as soon as he had the opportunity to, just so that even though you're giving up the front line, which is a resource, you're able to guarantee enough tokens survive to get off these buffs onto the tokens, because it feels like he hasn't had the chance while also contesting this front line in the way that he has.
Yeah, so Leo had the ability to duress the the BM13N, as a way to prevent it from retreating, killing it. But, of course, as we talked about earlier, Leo has to keep this duress for a potential 503rd Motor Regiment, or Motor Rifles, whatever it's called, later into the game. And so instead, I guess Leo, you know, give me your thoughts on this too, Berto, but it seems like Leo decided, I have a good enough tempo lead that I'm not super worried about this BM coming down. You know, if I can force my opponent to keep playing it, then I'm okay with that.
Yeah, and I mean, you're inevitably going to find these jet prototypes, and once you do, how is Thanatron dealing with them in the backline? I mean, you can suppress one of them with the M10, but then the Comet starts coming down. You know, you've already taken the 7 damage. You still have a 1-4 with 0 operation costs in the back that's able to keep hitting. I don't think you're in a rush to get the damage in now, even though it is a bit of a burn deck.
Yeah, and this decision from Leo, you know, saying I have the tempo. Yeah, Leo absolutely has the tempo here. It's really difficult for Thanatron. Thanatron is squished against that HQ, kept into the back line. Even if he had lines of engagement, it wouldn't particularly be effective, and he doesn't really have the credits to get a no surrender plus effective frontal assault going on. You could play, you know, no surrender frontal assault, but you're barely trading away with pretty much just the Schutzen if you do that, leaving a 3-1 20th Panzer Grenadiers. And so instead, Thanatron is going for the 503rd, and I'm not sure how I feel about that, as this allows Schutzen to get the that veteran. What do you think, Berto?
Yeah, it's hard. Like, I understand not wanting to play the M10 to silence this Schutzen, because what are you going to do after a jet prototype comes out? But it almost feels like you might have had to, and hope your opponent doesn't have it. I'm not so sure.
Yeah, I mean, there's not that many important things to suppress in this matchup if you're Thanatron, and Schutzen seems just as good a target as any. Yeah, you could suppress the jet prototype, but that's like after the jet prototype has already hit you in the face for 7, and you know, I'm not sure. And it looks like Leo is going very, very aggressive here.
Yeah, and I mean, it makes some sense to get rid of this token, because, you know, obviously those are what you can buff the most and most effectively. So it really cuts down on Thanatron's options versus killing this 503rd motors.
Yeah, Thanatron has all of the value in the world, but it doesn't matter. You have a limited amount of credits in this game, right? You'd think that this aggressive deck would allow you to dump your hand really quickly, but Leo has just been putting on the pressure so well. And when you're playing against a deck, you know, Leo's deck has cards like War Machine, allowing you to ramp, so you don't have as much time to get the stuff out that you need as you might hope.
And this is so rough, having to let another 5 damage through. And this is
one
credit
off. Away.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Comet plus Schutzen is 9 damage, and if Leo had 1 more credit, he could attack with Heinkel. But Leo doesn't want to reveal Heinkel to getting potentially killed. So instead, just playing the 64th and keeping back Comet and Heinkel. That's going to be 5 damage coming out next turn. So unless Thanatron can put up a guard, and then we can do it. So Thanatron needs to draw into a guard, and Thanatron didn't find it, which means Leo is going to be taking this game 1, unless, you know, something crazy happens.
Yeah, I can't shake the feeling that maybe Thanatron had a chance playing this early game a little differently, but it is really tough. especially against the tools that Leo gets for taking the front line. And of course, I have the advantage of seeing Leo's hand. Thanatron does not. There might have been cards that he was specifically playing around and keeping in mind that completely flew over my head.
Absolutely possible. Wouldn't be the first time. So Leo, do you think that Leo this time is going to keep the Tsuruga OTK deck towards the end? We saw that in the first match that it didn't work too well, and that it gave his opponent a couple of wins, potentially threw him off his game. Do you think that we're going to see the Tsuruga OTK regiment, or the Tsuruga OTK deck come out, or do you think that Leo is going to play it safe with frontline?
I think Leo's a fan of the J King approach of, no, my deck's good. I'm going to play it because I want to show you that it is good and that those were anomalies.
Yeah. When I was talking with Socialist earlier, Socialist was saying that these OTK decks are really going to struggle against the earlier decks. And although, you know, Socialist OTK decks are playing ramp and stuff like that, whereas Leo's aren't really, you know, it's a different kind of OTK. They're not playing ramp. But I am curious if the same is true in this case. Socialist said that the OTK decks need a while to get going and therefore don't do super good into these aggressive matchups. And Leo did not ban the aggressive matchups. Leo banned the control matchups. So I guess Leo either thinks that this OTK deck works differently than other OTK decks, or was potentially banning based on different matchups. I'm not really sure. Do you have any insights into that, Berto?
Well, it's hard to keep in mind, to create a strategy that works for all 5 of your decks. For example, if you have like 4 aggro decks, but you can't make an aggro deck for Soviet, then you can end up in this position where you want to ban some things because you're banning for your aggro decks, but you want to ban others because you're banning for your control. And that can really come up with these OTK decks as well, because OTK, control, and aggro, you know, they're all very different strategies. They're all looking to do very different things, and they get countered by different cards. So, yeah, we are just having some small technical issues where Starry and I aren't able to see the game right now. I hope that on stream you guys are still able to see. Okay, so we're getting a second screen to be able to see. And I do see that Thanatron has the front line, has dropped this M10 for the suppression, but has not managed to get it onto this Bryansk, and instead going for the Signal Regiment, another really powerful hit.
Yeah, and Thanatron hovering over that 99 and putting that on the Red Devils makes an absolutely massive Red Devils. And Leo has one of 2 options. Either you can try and get through it, or you can just kind of let it sit there, do its thing, keep eating up your units, potentially getting damage on your HQ, and just ignore it and go for the OTK. But it looks like Leo is assessing, I do have to get rid of this. It's going to be too long before I have the opportunity to OTK. So just got to get rid of it.
I don't know. You pulled back this memory of this nursery rhyme I heard when I was a child, which goes, if you can't go through it, you gotta go over it. Or you can't go over it, you gotta go under it. I don't know if that rings any bells for anyone else, but it is funny how, I mean, you can go over it in cards. I don't know how you go under it exactly, but...
Yeah, I believe it's a children's book about a bear hunt. Does that sound
yes,
right?
that does sound very familiar.
But yeah, Thanatron is presenting an absolutely massive board here. No Blitzkrieg to finish it out, but if Thanatron can keep this on board, and potentially we can do it, then these units are just going to be so sticky, completely unable to be gotten rid of, which is going to force Leo to completely rely on the backup plan of only OTK.
I like this. Type 94 early, and then if the 164 hits the 1-free, then you can Raiding Brigade it. If it hits something else, you're able to Audacity and have a 3 out of 4 shot of hitting something pretty good. So yeah, I really like this play from Leo.
Yeah, I think that's an absolutely great assessment, Berto, and I think that's exactly what was going through Leo's head there. Audacity and Raiding Brigade, as we were talking about, I believe off camera, are two of the strongest cards in this deck. They're really two of the strongest Japanese elites in the game. And being able to get rid of your opponent's threats while presenting a body is so, so, so strong. Thanatron being able to get rid of that Audacity with essentially the US version of Audacity, Pathfinders. And that means that Leo is not going to be able to keep any units on board if Leo can't manage to get rid of the Pathfinders. But unfortunately for Leo, that Greyhound is giving a buff to Pathfinders, preventing that Raiding Brigade from going onto it. So is Leo going to try and take out the Greyhound first to enable the Raiding Brigade on the Pathfinders? But if you do that, then you're using combo pieces, because the only way you're going to be able to do that is by either buffing the Bryansk or the 15th Cavalry. Oh, sorry, that's not true. You could play 24th Cavalry. So Leo could go for the 24th Cavalry, then trade it in the Greyhound, then play Raiding.
At the same time, do you want Pathfinders gone just yet? You're able to get your Bryansk sent back, get it back up to 6 health, or if it hits this Signal Regiment, then you're able to get the Signal Regiment back down, and it's no longer suppressed. So I think this makes a lot of sense from Leo. A little unlucky to not get the Signal Regiment sent back, I think.
Yeah, we see Leo take an absolutely huge breath after seeing that the Pathfinders hits the Bryansk. And I'm going to be perfectly honest, I don't know if that's a breath of relief or a breath of stress. I have no idea. But anyways, emotions are high in this game as, whoever loses this match, that is the end of their World Championship run. I mean, what an amazing run anyways, but obviously neither player wants to end it this early. Both players want to return tomorrow.
And Thanatron actually decides to push up the Pathfinders instead of pushing up the 99th. Both units are the same size. It's pretty much just about which you want to be more vulnerable. And Thanatron decides that he doesn't want the ability of the Pathfinders at all. And that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, and we see that suppression being really relevant when Leo is trading away these units. Not getting that ping damage in, one at a time, means that Leo has to find more damage later in the game through sources like Final Push. And Final Push is 1 card for 3 damage, and if you do the math, that takes like 7 cards. If every card did 3 damage, that would take 7 cards to kill Thanatron's HQ. So really hard to get up to those high numbers. It's going to be quite a challenge if Leo hopes to deal 20 damage to Thanatron's HQ. I think that the only reasonable way to do that is to hope Thanatron has a big board, kind of like he does now. Go for like Winter Warfare into counteroffensive. Would you agree with me, Berto?
Yeah, for sure. Obviously, you need a Tsuruga regiment to go along with that.
Yeah.
And to find 2 specific cards that you have 3 copies of each in your deck, that's a pretty tall order, but certainly on the table.
Yeah, and just even having this Signal Regiment sitting around, yeah, it's not doing anything, doesn't have a passive effect, doesn't have smokescreen, but it could count for 2 more damage later in the game if we see this Winter Warfare counteroffensive. And yeah, in fact, I'm curious if we could ever get to a point where counteroffensive is, or sorry, where Winter Warfare isn't even needed. Oh, there it is. There's the Winter Warfare.
Okay, now we just need the Tsuruga.
So if Leo were to draw Saruga next turn, then there would be 3 damage units. That's 6 damage plus 9 damage, 15 damage plus the 2 on Saruga. If my math is correct, that's 17 damage, and Thanatron is getting awfully close to threatening lethal here. So I'm not sure that even if Leo were to draw the Saruga next turn, that would be enough.
I think you missed out on the Saruga regiment itself being damaged for an extra +2 attack.
Oh.
And did you calculate the Winter Warfare doing 1 damage to the HQ?
I didn't.
That would be
Wait,
20 then.
That's 20. Leo has a shot of getting a crazy win here with Saruga. Of course, if Thanatron goes for any additional units next turn, then
Oh, really? No. Yeah, there's been a lot of other games where I have been a proponent of using combo tools to survive, but I just don't know that that was one of them.
Yeah, it seems to me like if you're Leo, you have really very, very little shot of ever contesting this front line for the rest of the game. And you're running 2 copies of counteroffensive, but you really need one of them if you're expecting to win this game, right?
Yeah, I would agree with that, Starry.
So now Leo is 2 cards away from comboing 2 specific cards. And Thanatron has Blitzkrieg, has a huge board, a very sticky board, and we're going to see game 2 go to Thanatron.
Right, all tied up, 1-1. That's how I like to see it.
So the Saruga Regiment still, unfortunately, not doing what Leo hoped. It really seems to be the weak link in the decks that they brought. And although I think you're right in that, Leo probably is saying, yeah, this deck is strong, it can win, but I don't think that these matchups against Frontline and Jagro are the strongest matchups, because if you can't get that early damage in, you're relying so heavily on these combo pieces.
Also, one of the hard things about testing is you don't know what your opponent is going to do. You only know like what your test partner, your friends think is good. So maybe in testing, Frontline didn't run any suppression, whereas Thanatron is playing 3 copies of M10. And that could make a really huge difference of being able to play Saruga and just pop a counteroffensive and not need to trade it out immediately. Mm-hmm. There's all things like that to consider. And it is just, it's really hard to test effectively.
Well, Thanatron is on Jagro this game and has a decent start, although it's a little bit slow. So the question is, if Leo starts to resent early pressure, make some nice value trades potentially, and Thanatron isn't able to get that 20-second online, then Leo does have a shot. But I do feel like, yeah, not going for that value trade there is interesting.
Yeah, I guess Leo doesn't run Yokosuka, so there are less blowouts, but usually you just take the trade into the recon in this matchup. Well, I haven't really played against Leo's deck much at all, but when you're playing against recons, you usually take that value trade right away when you're playing Jagro, or else you're risking the 33rd recon getting damage onto one of your 1 defense units. And when you have so many of them, it can leave you in a really awkward spot, leaving that recon up.
And Thanatron is able to get a lot of damage in, going for the damage and the trades instead of trying to get this 20-second online, which gives Leo an opportunity to, present some pressure of their own, to draw. And Leo's hand is looking absolutely massive, whereas Thanatron has good cards, but they're expensive, and they draw more cards, and credits are a limited resource.
Yeah, I wouldn't have been surprised if we just saw Thanatron play Enigma there, because he would have gone up to 9 cards. In fact, it's probably better to play Enigma and then trade out so that you go up to 8 instead of going up to 9. But instead, he maybe thinks that, you know, Leo won't be able to clear his hand out very fast, and that he can lower his hand even more before playing out this Enigma. He doesn't want to see another expansion come out from Leo as well if you contest this front line.
Yeah, and Leo losing that draw of second Raiding Brigade is so difficult. Raiding Brigade is one of your only answers as a Japan player to your opponent's signal regiment. And if Thanatron can continue to keep getting these pings off of the signal regiment, then Thanatron is getting Leo that much closer to death.
That's more burn in the bombing raid. Things are looking pretty good for Thanatron, even though it hasn't really been a typical Jagro match where, you know, you get damage in early by hitting your opponent. It's really just been this signal plus the 24th Cavalry's just dying and pinging Leo one at a time.
Yeah, although the bombing rate is good, at the same time your hand is really expensive, and it's one less card that you draw off of Enigma because you're really not going to have an opportunity to play it anytime soon. In a lot of matchups, bombing rate would be an absolutely terrible card to draw. However, because Leo has so many cards in hand, it probably doesn't matter that much.
Oh man, I just had a vision. We could see Thanatron trade with the type 93 here and play a 0, and then Leo is forced to go for the Audacity 1 and 3. How how crazy would that be? But Thanatron does not go for it. Fair enough. I'm a little sad, but such is how it goes.
Yeah, the inclusion of 0 in Jagro, I wasn't sure if 0 was going to be a good card in Jagro, and I would really love to talk to Thanatron and ask him what he thinks about 0 in Jagro. On one hand, it's really slow, and its stats are pretty freaking terrible for a 6-cost plane. But if you have a big board and then you drop 0, how does your opponent ever clear through it? I mean, if their first card costs double, I mean, 6-cost supply shortage, or even having to throw away a 1-cost card for 2 credits. However, I will say, the one card that hard counters 0, Duress.
or Red Dawn is also really good.
Yep, Red Dawn is also very good.
Yeah, I suppose I've had similar thoughts about 0, but I've just felt like, wow, the honorable death not coming out on the Signal Regiment. How often do you see that? But with the 0, just because it's almost unplayable if your opponent is winning, if they control the front line, it is really sketchy to me to put into a deck and to put that much faith in, you know, already being ahead.
Yeah, Thanatron has the ability to present an absolutely massive front line here if you trade with the 22nd and then push a bunch of 15th Cavalries, play a type. But it is really weak to Winter Warfare, even though it does inflict a reasonable amount of damage on your opponent. So it looks like instead Thanatron going for the 0, and Leo's getting very close to OTKing, but doesn't have a very good way of clearing the 0.
Yeah, he does just have the credits to play this bombing raid, which is what I expect to see, but it is very scary to not even be able to trade off the 15th Cavalry afterwards.
Yeah, I think Leo's probably thinking, if I play the bombing raid, A, am I still going to be able to get 18 damage through with this Ruga? And B, is it too much of a tempo loss to not play, you know, for example, you might have to play Type 94 TK trade instead of playing the bombing raid, just because you can't afford that much of a tempo loss against Jagro. Jagro is just going to swarm the board, and it's going to potentially be over.
Yeah, I will admit I missed that little Type 94 TK early in Leo's hand. That does help him play this turn out quite a lot. Now, will he move up the Tsuruga? Probably not. He should know that there's, well, does Leo know about this 24th Cavalry? I know he doesn't have intel on it, but sometimes you see a cavalry die and you don't see the draw, and you check your opponent's deck list. Oh, there was intel on it anyways, yeah. So, makes sense not to move up the Tsuruga when you know for a fact your opponent has cavalry in hand.
Yeah, and Thanatron is pretty much guaranteeing lethal here.
Wait.
Thanatron next turn can play Shiden and Type if Leo plays the Winter Warfare here.
You Audacity 1 and 4 to hit the Sendai, but then you don't have the credits to kill your opponent, unfortunately. So you might Winter Warfare first and then Audacity.
Which, of course, would be... would lose the game to this Type Shiden that's about to happen next turn.
Yeah, but what can you do? you sort of... there's a lot of times against Jagro where it's like, well, they have Shiden, I lose, but...
All right, Thanatron has to watch out in this open deck list tournament for all of the Russian and Japanese countermeasures.
Yeah, maybe he snuck in a Sisu. And Leo's smiling.
Yeah, he's taking it like a good sport. I really appreciate that despite how big a stakes there are in this tournament, that these players are calm, mature, and you have to be able to maintain focus to get to this level. You need to be able to recalm yourself. In all of those qualifier rounds of Worlds that they played, that we played, if you can't recalm yourself, then you don't have any shots. So really, both of these players, although stakes are high right now, either one of them could be knocked out. They are really focused and committed to giving it their absolute all.
Now, are we going to see Leo run it back with this deck, do you think? Even though it's 0-4, it's so hard to...
It's... we could. I don't know. I think if I was Leo, I would want to save it for the end. I would want to try and get back a quick win, because I think Leo still has access to Frontline, right?
Yeah, I believe that's the deck that Leo has access to still. Yeah, it's hard to say, because also if you play Frontline and you lose on it, then it's like, people are going to remember that this deck went 0-4. And so you're like, I want it to at least get a game, but oh my goodness, if it goes 0-5, then
yeah.
How do you reconcile that?
Yeah, but Thanatron is on tokens and doesn't have a particularly great start. Oh, but that mulligan is quite a good mulligan. Mulliganing to reserves and deep operation. That definitely changes things.
I'm really surprised to see Leo hovering over getting rid of this rating and sending it back and just getting 2 double pushes.
I completely agree. I was very, very surprised to see that. I think that rating is great at trading into 2 or even 3 light infantry if your opponent hasn't buffed them yet. Or later in the game, it can kill like a 503rd Motors. I am a bit surprised about this play from Leo, but that Type 94 TK early is really going to put the pressure down. Leo can continuously use it. Going first for the draw. Oh, and there's another one. So Leo could use that one to trade out with the light infantry.
Yeah. I really don't like that Thanatron played the engineers here. The way I think about it, you play 2 light infantries. Is your opponent ever playing Winter Warfare? No. Is your opponent ever trading with the TK early when they can get 2 face damage on their OTK Jagger list? No. So if you have 2 light infantry, it leaves you the opportunity to trade and push up and, play the engineers, still heal the exact same amount,
but get an extra light infantry in the front line, or it gives you the opportunity to double trade the front line if your opponent finds another 1-drop.
Yeah, so Leo has an absolutely crucial decision to make. This is truly going to decide how this game turns out. Honorable death on the engineers, or trade out with the light infantry, gamble, and keep going with the type. I think that Leo made he definitely made the conservative play, but I do think that that ended up being correct. I think that it makes a lot more sense, as your opponent is going to continue to trade these light infantry with your units, and even if you kill that light infantry, there's just going to be another. Your opponent has deep operation. So I think it absolutely makes sense for Leo to go for that, and he would have been really, really hard punished by deep operation if he hadn't taken out that engineers.
Also, I just want to say, if Thanatron went for the engineers second, it also probably would have healed him 4, which could be the difference. Going for more light infantry, this is really scary against a deck that runs Winter Warfare.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely risky, extremely risky. And Thanatron doesn't have any way to get back online. I mean, you could have just played 2 of them and played the Industrial Might, I think it's called, refilling your hand, but instead taking the super risky play, and it pays off in spades. How do you think that Thanatron was so sure that Leo didn't have Winter Warfare?
I mean, you could say that, oh, if my opponent had Winter Warfare, they would have taken out the 2 tokens to play around a buff. I think that's reasonable. I still don't know that you play so hard into the top deck blowing you out, but I see where Thanatron's coming from, certainly, where it's like, yeah, I really think that you don't have it if you didn't kill 2 tokens the turn you had access.
Yeah, so Thanatron has these nice light infantry in front. They're decently big. They're very tanky. And they're just going to keep hitting down these Bryansk's. But Leo is starting to get pretty decent numbers on this OTK. Right now, there is 12 damage on the OTK for 9 credits. Now 15 damage on the OTK for 10 credits. So if Leo can find a way to deal a little bit of damage here, then Leo could be in a position to OTK in a couple of turns. But getting in that damage is going to be difficult.
For sure. And the frontal assault also threatens a lot of pressure on Leo, and there's just no way you're ever getting the front line back ever in this game. A 2-8, a 2-5, and a 2-2, it's just too much for Jagro to realistically deal with.
Yeah, I mean, the honorable death can come out on the motors, but that still leaves you quite a lot of problems.
Whoa. Did we not... Are we not seeing the double light infantry frontal assault here? I thought that was really good to get that pressure down, to get another 2 damage in this turn, to threaten another 4 damage the following turn, to play around things like Winter Warfare. I'm surprised.
Yeah, so Leo looks like they're in a really, really tight spot here, and Thanatron is up a game. Leo has to stay in this if they have any shot of making it to tomorrow. And unfortunately, the cards in their hand just are not really where they need to be. You could try and recon Honorable Death, try and draw into something, Honorable Death your own recon to draw a card, but you need to survive 3 turns and find a way to deal 5 damage, and I don't see how that's really realistic. 2 of your Bryansk's are already gone, and that's your only guard unit. Leo isn't playing any copies of 61st Infantry, so I don't see how Leo is going to stop Thanatron from getting in for all this damage.
Yeah, I mean, me neither. Surely we'll see the frontal assault this time.
Oh, yeah, without a doubt.
Unless Thanatron draws with Industrial Might and finds Unity of Strength. That might be like the one reason why you wouldn't do that, because that would be so much damage to miss out on. I would expect to see Light Infantry plus Industrial Might here still, unless Thanatron holds it back to not draw last. I know Industrial Might. Okay, he opts to not play it. I find that a little surprising when there's so many buffs you're able to... Well, not so many. I guess there's only the 2 Unity of Strengths and some more frontal assaults, but still.
All right,
those are pretty big draws.
Leo is facing down... Let's say Leo final pushes or honors or something to take out the 3/4. That is still 7 damage, putting Leo at 1, meaning Leo won't be able to Winter Warfare and therefore won't be able to counteroffensive. So, if Leo doesn't find a way to clear more things, then that isn't going to work. So Leo not only needs to...
You could honor first and trade. That might have been reasonable to keep yourself off of being... Well, no, you still would just be dead on board. My bad. Yeah, that's game, and that's Thanatron continuing on, taking it 3-1.
Yeah, Leo, unfortunately, the Surrogate OTK not working out. Thanatron, definitely excited about that, and Leo a little bit crestfallen, but it's tough. You know, this game at this level is really tough, and looks like the players are going in for a handshake.
Yeah, and you gotta wonder, is it that Leo couldn't quite find a good 5th deck for Japan? Was it that he, you know, had a lot of success in testing and it didn't really line up quite well? I'm not sure exactly. I mean, for a deck to go 0-5, you gotta think there were some anomalies there, surely. Like,
yeah, well, you know, in my interview with Socialist, I know that Socialist and Leo tested a lot together. They worked a lot together. And Socialist said, we couldn't find a 5th Japan deck. So Leo, so Socialist took this Japan fighter OTK list, and Leo took a different OTK list for Japan, and I think that the difference in pick, or maybe potentially the difference, Socialists' lists were very consistent in the way that they OTK'd. They were all like ramp lists, so that could potentially be it. But yeah, anyways, fantastic job to all the players involved, and we're gonna kick it down to Spooz and Bubbles.
Thanks, Starry, and me. Don't forget, I'm here too. I appreciate that. Huge matchup there. Obviously, Thanatron moving on to day 2. Leo, unfortunately, going home a little bit richer, so that is the positive. But you can always tell in a matchup like that, at the level they're at, those are a little bit heartbreaking. So, you know, Leo played phenomenally well. Obviously, it seems like Japan was really just that tough deck to figure out. You know, Spooz, we saw Leo struggle with kind of this OTK. Socialist bringing something very different, seemed to work out okay. You know, based on what you've seen so far, Japan, like, is it really like moving Jaggro out? We need to come up with something different. How are we feeling about the state of Japan right now based on this World Championship?
So actually, in this tournament, Jaggro is performing way better than I expected, and it's just crushing all these combo decks so far. And in the end, yeah, it was just like Leo just constantly stuck with a handful of final pushes and not really anything to do with them. In this one situation where I think it was turn 4, where Thanatron just played 4 1/1 tokens into a potential Winter Warfare, you could clearly see that Leo was just really, really upset to not have that one in hand, because this could have turned the game around, took a lot of tempo out of Thanatron, and maybe give this final match another direction, but unfortunately not having it, and therefore just find themselves in the losing position in this final match for him in this tournament.
And Bubbles, tokens, finally, they get the W. Again, it's one of those things where sometimes it's the matchup, sometimes it's the gameplay. We've heard Thanatron also say maybe it wasn't the deck he's most comfortable with, and maybe when we get to do the interview in a moment, we'll be able to ask him about that. So just curious as to your thought of the state of tokens now moving forward, knowing that Thanatron's moving on to day 2. He's going to have to win with this deck a few more times.
Yeah, there's going to be 2 more tokens decks in the tournament, one from Socialist and then the other one, of course, from Thanatron. And they are slightly different, but they're also both tokens decks, so they're very, very similar. It's going to be really interesting to see how Socialist performs on it if it doesn't get banned by J-King, as this is sort of the first time we've seen tokens in competitive for a long time. I remember, it was 3 or 4 years ago we last had tokens actually being played in these high-level events. So it's difficult for it to break back in, but I do think it's here to stay as maybe 1 or 2 by OCC, but I don't think it's going to be like Frontline where every player brings it.
Right on. So we're going to go ahead and dive into quickly the pre-recorded interview that I caught up with Thanatron yesterday and asked him a couple questions, and then we'll get him live with Starry to go over his thoughts after this third matchup. You alluded to having access to Winter War a little bit in advance in an effort to prepare for this tournament. What was it like preparing for an event when the cards hadn't been broadly used before?
So it's definitely very difficult. It's a lot of theory crafting, right? And then there's no ladder, so there's always that sort of air of I theory crafted and I tested, but this sample size is too small and it's all against the same player, right? So like maybe my training partner just isn't great at this matchup, or maybe any number of things, right? So you have to there has to be like a large self-assurance or a large confidence that like the numbers and like the data that you're kind of gathering with that one person are real and meaningful and not aberrations, which could definitely happen once you are contained to like just one person with that sort of time frame. So we'll see.
We've got Thanatron here moving on to tomorrow, saving that last second life of his. We got Starry with him to ask him a couple questions.
All right, congratulations, Thanatron. I'm sure, I talked to the players before, and I said you're probably relieved that you don't have to play again today, but I'm sure that you're the most relieved of all, getting to make it to day 2 tomorrow. How does it feel?
Feels excellent. First off, team heavy in the house. I have to throw that one out first. Number 2, just to get it out of the way, give Chaffee Alpine. But thank you. Really appreciate it. The competitive level at this tournament so far has been incredible. Much respect to both Socialist and Leo. I would put probably both of them easily in my top 10 players in the world. If I was to create some sort of power ranking, please don't ask me. I don't have a mental one. But I would absolutely put those 2 way high. And yeah, just really elated to be able to make it to tomorrow, and looking forward to it.
So what do you think, what was your thought process behind your bans?
So both stages, actually, I felt that my opponents had multiple decks that could low roll, and my strategy was to basically give them the most opportunities to low roll across all 3 of their decks. That is why I didn't ban German Jet either time. As you can see, German Jet did not care either time. So what are you going to do? But I tried to kind of keep almost a poker mindset and play the odds.
You said German Jet didn't care either time. Do you think that tomorrow you might make some different decisions about bans? I don't want to,
Well, so it's definitely going to depend on who I play. If I get my chance at a little bit of revenge against Socialist, I could definitely see myself handling the bans differently, right? And he is the other German Jet player. Obviously, if I find myself in a match with J-King, it won't be super relevant. But I do think that the bans, or rather, I would say that I overestimated the opportunity for Jet to low roll. I think that it is more consistent than I thought going into this tournament, even as someone bringing it and playing it. So we'll see kind of how that shakes out for both me tomorrow, but also both for the greater ladder, scene, right? That deck. I'm sure if you're playing ladder today, you're seeing it. I'm sure if you played ladder yesterday, you saw it. So
yeah, I mean, banning Jet is definitely something you'll be thinking about tonight as you plan your strategy going into tomorrow. But last closing thoughts. What did you think about your tokens list?
So tokens is really interesting right now, and it's in an interesting spot. WWII is ridiculous. The new 2-cost order to put one in the front line, hopefully one in your support line, and then one in your hand, also very good. As I'm sure has probably been mentioned, I do definitely have the least amount of experience. I've never been a tokens player beforehand. And I do think that in retrospect, right, hindsight 2020, I might rather have Soviet Italy right now, but I do think tokens is very strong. I do think it's an A-tier deck for the time being. And getting your engineer's honorable death right away is painful. But other than that.
All right, well, congratulations again. We'll be seeing you tomorrow, and best of luck to you.
Thanks so much.
And Thanatron, before you go, can we get the camera on you? Okay, great. Can you turn around and show everybody the back of your shirt?
Truly team heavy representing.
I love that. That's awesome. Thank you, Thanatron. Congrats. Thanks, Starry. Let's dive into the bracket here as we wrap up our day. Let's take a look at what is left to talk about. So there you see, J-King versus Socialist is going to be our first match tomorrow. We have J-King defeating Leo 3-1. Socialist squeezing out the 3-2 victory on Thanatron. As Thanatron mentioned, hopefully getting some revenge tomorrow if Socialist does drop to that bottom bracket. Leo, unfortunately, is going home today, taking home $1,200 USD. Thanatron moving on to face the loser of the upper bracket, but a lot of money still on the line. $6,000 going to our top prize world champion this year, so you're not going to want to miss tomorrow. Let's bring Spooz and Bubbles back. Let's chat a little bit as we kind of wrap this day up. Thanatron going through here, defeating Leo and knocking Leo on the first day. Bubbles, would you say that's maybe a little bit of an upset? Leo has been a fantastic player and has performed very well up to now.
I mean, yes and no at the same time. On the one hand, Leo is a far more established player. They've had far more reps. They've got far more tournaments under their belt. However, we're at the top 4. No one's got on here easily. There have been plenty and plenty of opportunities for weaker players to be knocked out. So, yes, Leo is, if you were to bet money on it, the more likely to win. And they've got the experience on their side. But I don't think in top 4, anything's a particularly big upset. Just because of the amount of effort and work it takes to get here, you've already established yourself. So it's an upset, sure, but maybe not as big as some people might think it is just because this is top 4.
Absolutely, and every single player deserves to be here. Now, Spooz, we heard Thanatron talk a little bit about, hey, going into tomorrow, I'm rethinking my bans. Are we really seeing kind of the tournament meta evolve in front of our eyes because Winter War is such a new expansion? The players didn't know what to expect and they had certain thoughts, and now seeing it in reality, they're going, well, wait a second. This might not have been what I expected coming into today.
I mean, we learned a lot from today, right? We just saw this Tsuruga deck not being that consistent as it maybe looked yesterday in testing. And yep, I think we learned a lot that this Jet prototype, for example, is way more consistent than some players may have thought. So we might see other different decks than we just saw today, just on the facts that we just saw today. And I'm excited to see what the players will do. I think it will still continue with the testing today. Corn Guy already said I need to scrim a lot with Thanatron because it was obviously visible that he is not having too much practice with the tokens. He was just sacrificing them too easy into opponents' units. Usually you want to protect them a little bit more so you can get way more value out of your buff orders. And I'm pretty sure there's a lot of work to do there for all the players tonight. J-King maybe a little bit less than Thanatron, but overall I think nobody will just sit down and relax the dinner and then get Joe's a bet. I think there's a lot on the line, so...
I will.
You will, okay then. At least one of us will. But yeah, a lot on the line, so tomorrow even more important than today. And yeah, also a little bit sorry for Leo coming the whole way here, more than I think 12 hours of journey just to be out on day 1. But it had to hit some player, and glad for the other 3 that they're still in. And at least Leo can enjoy the playouts tomorrow in the finals, and I'm pretty sure they're just going to.
Absolutely. So, Bubbles, any closing thoughts, anything you noticed today, anything you're looking forward tomorrow as we wrap up day 1 here of the 2023 KARDS World Championship?
I'm really looking forward to seeing tokens again because like Spooz said, it's something Thanatron's hoping to practice up a little bit more on. I'm sure he's tried to deck out a reasonable amount to bring it, but maybe just needs a few more reps. So I'm looking forward to more tokens, but I'm also looking forward to just great games. We've had some really, really good games so far. I think we've had a best of 5, we've had, and then 2 best of 4s, I think it was been. So there's been quite a good series, and we do have like a best of 7 tomorrow, which is really, really going to be quite tiring for the players. So I'm just excited to see the games, and I hope everyone watching at home is as well.
We saw a series of 5. We saw 2 series of 4. We saw Bismarck kill. We saw Stolen Kika.
Stolen Kika still, Bismarck
Still the
kill.
highlight of today, yeah.
The Stolen Kika one?
Yeah, it was.
We kept hoping he'd draw it, and then at the end he finally got it. There's
Not just draw, even finishing the match with it was just...
Yeah, finishing out the game with the Stolen Kika.
A+ moment.
What's left to come? Maybe there's some more...
That's it. It's only day 1. We have a whole other day of this. Before we wrap this up, Spooz, any closing thoughts from you?
Yeah, I was surprised how... I mean, we had some problems at the beginning, but overall, really good job. Also, the crew in the background just did a fantastic job. It wasn't a pleasure casting with Bubbles again after he just missed last year.
Always is casting with me.
Yeah. Christo did a great job, and yeah, the players as well. I'm really looking forward to tomorrow to just see some more really cool situations. It's just, you can't really make them up, right? They're just coming and you enjoy them, like the kicker situation is just, that's why we love this game, and that's why we are all here and have fun doing this.
I could not have put a better bow on it than that, Spooz. So well said. Thank you all for tuning in for day 1 of the 2023 KARDS World Championships. We're going to be back at the same time tomorrow to find out if J King can defend his title for the 2nd time, or if we're going to crown a new world champion.
The player who's going first is second.
3, 2, 1.